Chapter 690. Seeing Madame Kong Jinyuan and his mother, and then Kong Ping, Yin Zhaoge could not help but pull back the corners of his lips. It really is a family. Seeing Madame Kong, Qi Wei, and the others for the first time, Yin Zhaoge was rather surprised. While he had been sent to the clear scenic region, which was rather far from here, he had still arrived on the riding wind heavenly vessel after all. For Madame Kong and the others to be able to return here so quickly was rather unexpected. This meant that after the battles of the Suffering River region and the Heavenly Inheritance region had concluded, these people had also been rushing here nonstop. However, looking at EXIN again, Yin Zhaoge came to a realization. The sudden appearance of the Southeastern Exalt lineage in the royal reed naturally drew their attention. Kong Jinyuan's gaze was filled with rage and hatred as he stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Qi Wei was expressionless, his expression also extremely gloomy. However, what Yin Zhaoge was concerned about at the end of the day was still that seemingly tranquil Kong Ping. Being stared at by him, Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt his mind seemingly wavering slightly as various phenomena surfaced before his eyes. It was as if he was watching the flow of time and the vicissitudes of the world. It was as if he'd sunk into the river of time, and his spirit was unable to extricate itself. He was gradually assimilated by the flowing river of time and became numb. Indeed, this person's cultivation of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture has reached some degree of attainment. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted as he silently circulated the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture. His spirit was clear, and his entire person seemed to have returned to nothingness, unable to be defined by time. There was no prior, no later, no beginning, and no end. It disappeared into the river of time. Within Kong Ping's indifferent eyes, a shocking light suddenly erupted as he stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. However, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm and without fluctuations, even more indifferent than his own. Zheng Ming gave a muffled groan. The multicolored light surrounding the riding wind heavenly vessel instantly blazing even more intensely, virtually condensing into solid form. Countless streams of light surged on the surface of the boat and transformed into countless talisman markings that floated in the air, forming a barrier of light that isolated Kong Ping's gaze. Zheng Ming asked coldly, "Mr. Kong, are you going to kill someone on the riding wind heavenly vessel?" Chun Zhuyang's expression was equally ugly. Yi Xin was baffled when Luoxia and Bai Ziming looked at each other in shock. Not only was Kong Ping's cultivation realm sufficiently high, but his methods were also beyond one's expectations, bizarre and unfathomable. He had actually passed through the defensive restrictions of the riding wind heavenly vessel with just a wave of his hand, nearly killing someone. While the protective treasured light of the riding wind heavenly vessel had indeed not been unleashed to its limits earlier, it was still extremely powerful. Even many early immortal bridge martial saints would be hard-pressed to achieve this. Even if they wanted to, how many of them would be able to do it so casually? Kong Ping gazed at the riding wind heavenly vessel that was completely enveloped by multicolored light, resembling a massive ball of light. His gaze once more turned calm, as nothing seemed out of the ordinary at all. He answered indifferently, "Let the two of you know that this Yin brat killed my senior apprentice brother and nearly took the life of my youngest son. It is only natural that I want him to pay with his life." Zheng Ming said coldly, "This Zheng will not interfere if you have a personal enmity to settle. Still, this little friend, Yin, is currently on board the vessel and is a guest of my southeastern lineage. Mr. Kong crossing the riding wind heavenly vessel to make a move is crossing the line." Madame Kong said softly from the side, "My husband was a little rash just now. Please forgive him. It is just that my husband's righteous indignation does not merely stem from personal enmity. Although there aren't many arrays that could disturb the earth veins, there aren't just one or two. Why did you think it was the Heaven Effecate array? It must be the result of this Yin Zhaoge sowing discord between us." Madame Kong said calmly, "We are not making wild guesses. Instead, it is because we have seen this kid in possession of the Earth Ocean Lung crystals the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, the prime chaos oil, and other treasures. These are all materials used to establish the heaven-bearing Efficate array. We are also very curious as to what he intends to do with them. His movements and intentions having been exposed, he killed our fellow disciples. Now, he is even making a false countercharge in order to conceal his intentions. Please investigate this carefully. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged glances. Yin Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head with a calm expression on his face. Glancing at Xin, Chen Zhiliang wanted to ask her something. Still, he shook his head and said nothing. With the difference in their cultivation bases, even if Kong Ping did something, Xin would still be hard-pressed to detect it. Even if this had been the heaven-bearing Efficate array earlier, he had plenty of ways to make Xin think that it had been the source-flowing earth-birthing formation. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang both felt a bit of a headache. The valley was already completely empty. The formation from earlier no longer existed, as everyone had no basis for their claims. The current situation was one where Yin Zhaoge and the Grand Xian dynasty were bickering with one another. The Grand Xian dynasty had rescued Xin without concrete evidence, while Zheng Ming and the others were filled with suspicions. They could not pursue the matter too much. Between Yin Zhaoge and Kong Ping's lot, Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang could not side with either side now. The matter that Xin had just reported was also a great headache for their master and senior apprentice uncle. The situation seemed to be even more chaotic, even more confusing. Someone from the southern Blazing Heaven territory had stealthily arrived, plotting something. Clearly knowing that Xin was of the direct lineage of the southeastern Exalt's lineage, they had still intended to kill her. From a certain perspective, this was even more pressing than the matter of the heaven-bearing Efficate formation. Swiveling his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Ming hesitated slightly for a moment before saying, "Where does little friend Yin intend to go next? Let's travel together on the way." Looking at such an outstanding youth, Zheng Ming still cherished his talent as he wanted to protect him. If he just stood aside and allowed Kong Ping and the others to take revenge on Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Ming felt that however great this youth's abilities were, he would still perish here. After all, while Yin Zhaoge had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, the gap between their cultivation bases was still too great. Feeling Zheng Ming's goodwill, Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding in thanks. However, he had no intention of leaving just like this. "Please lend me a hand. How can the truth be concealed so easily?" Yin Zhaoge smiled, punching out towards the formation above the riding wind heavenly vessel from afar. Zheng Ming's gaze flickered as he immediately felt a change appear in the earth-returning fleeing formation that he had established overhead. The profundities of the changes within caused Zheng Ming to feel like his horizons had been broadened greatly. This earth-returning fleeing formation had been set up by him, and he himself possessed considerable attainments in the Tao of formations. After careful consideration, he gradually understood what Yin Zhaoge wanted to do. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Ming tacitly agreed to Yin Zhaoge's actions, even helping him from the side. Streams of light shot into the skies from the earth-returning fleeing formation, leaving the riding wind heavenly vessel and scattering down towards the valley down below, forming a dense mist of light. Seeing this, Chi Wei's expression first changed. "Stop him." As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew that it would not do. That would be equivalent to him confessing without being pressed. The mist of light enveloped the valley, an illusory image gradually appearing within. Amidst the light and shadow, a huge and mysterious array was operating, and in the center of the array, a majestic altar stood tall. Seeing this, Chen Zhiliang muttered to himself, "This is not the appearance of the source-flowing earth-birthing formation. That altar is definitely used to worship the Earth Queen's deity." The mist of light restored the formation that had previously been established within the valley. While it was illusory, it resembled traces of light. Yin Zhaoge was all smiles. "How can I allow you to distort the truth?" Chapter 691. Within the valley, light mist surged, forming an illusory scene which manifested a massive, profound formation. As the formation circulated, streams of earthen yellow light shot out from the central altar before descending into the surrounding great earth. Seeing this, Zheng Ming let out a muffled groan. It really is the heaven-bearing Effecate formation. On the vessel, Yi Xian had originally been prepared to speak up for Kong Ping and the others, but she was rather a loss now. It wasn't like this just now. Qin Zhiliang snorted as well. With senior apprentice brother Zheng watching, this change was actually caused by senior apprentice brother Zheng as well. It cannot be faked. The valley instantly fell silent, the atmosphere rather strange. Within the valley, Kong Ping and the others all gazed at the massive divine vessel hovering in midair. Meanwhile, the riding wind heavenly vessel up above had reached an unprecedented peak of multicolored light, radiance circulating as it was prepared to act or flee at any time. While Kong Ping's expression remained unchanged, his gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. Madame Kang's expression was solemn and her bearing strict, but her usual composure was already nowhere to be seen. The coldness on Qi Wei's withered face grew heavier as his hands unconsciously moved, seemingly wanting to take something out. He was a formation expert, possessing various treasures that could be used to establish powerful formations at any time. Kong Jinyuan's expression was savage as he clenched his teeth, his body tensed as he virtually seemed about to make a move. Beside him, Kong Maosheng was like Kong Ping, still able to maintain his calm. However, he was also extremely solemn, even more solemn than when he had faced the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation in the whole tower region back then. The air in the surrounding heavens and earth seemed to have frozen. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Bai Ziming did not make sound. If there were any abnormalities now, things might get out of hand. Bai Ziming glanced at Yin Zhaoge before looking at Zheng Ming, who was currently in charge on the riding wind heavenly vessel. Exposing them right to their faces is really too much of a slap to their faces. Like this, would they become enraged from embarrassment, simply silencing us? Since they could not be deceived, they would have to fight openly, directly breaking off all pretenses and resorting to violent methods. Bai Ziming could not help but worry. Kong Ping's shocking display of strength earlier was sufficient to leave everyone wary. Being on the riding wind heavenly vessel as well, it seemed like he would be caught in the crossfire this time. Sensing Bai Ziming's gaze, Yin Zhaoge turned to look at him, smiling as he nodded. No fear or misgivings whatsoever on his face at all. Kong Ping was indeed powerful. He could kill a martial sage realm cultivator with just his gaze. If not for the fact that Yin Zhaoge was also extraordinary, he might have been formlessly slain by Kong Ping amidst the river of time just now. However, as long as the other immortal bridge martial saints of the Grand Qian dynasty were not present and Kong Ping did not possess more than a single high-grade sacred artifact, he could not guarantee that he would definitely be able to keep Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Ming, and the others here. With the riding wind heavenly vessel, while he dare not say that he would be able to defeat Kong Ping, his chances of escaping were very high. Furthermore, Zheng Ming and the others had made arrangements before they came, so it was impossible for them to be killed silently. If something had happened, the Southeastern Exalt would definitely pursue it. Perhaps there was the shadow of some other major figure behind Kong Ping and the others. Still, it was impossible for the Southeastern Exalt to let his personal disciple go missing or die for no reason at all. The three sovereigns, 5 emperors, the exalts of 10 territories. As the overlords of the world beyond worlds, they were connected to each other in countless ways. The Southeastern Exalt was also not a solitary figure. Zheng Ming looked at the valley below and slowly said, "May I ask, Mr. Kong, what kind of formation is this? Is it the source flow formation? I am untalented and it doesn't look like it. If Mr. Kong continues to deny it, that's fine. My fellow disciples will be arriving soon. Let's wait patiently and ask my senior brothers with higher attainments in array formations to come and identify it." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Zheng Ming's words were actually pointing out the current situation for Kong Ping and the others. Of course, The riding wind heavenly vessel had also made preparations to flee. The main reason why he could stop the other party from making a move was to make sure that the other party wasn't confident that they could kill all of them. Raising his head, Kong Ping looked quietly at the riding wind heavenly vessel within the sky. After a long time, he slowly said, "Now that things have come to this, there is no need for this Kong to speak any further. However, the truth of this matter involves far too many things. Whether it is me or your esteemed self, both of us are unable to bear it." He sighed. If it is convenient, this Kong would like to meet the Southeastern Exalt and explain the situation to him, allowing him to judge. Chi Wei's expression changed slightly as he turned to look at Kong Ping. Kong Jinyuan even exclaimed in shock, "Father!" Beside him, Kong Maoshan grabbed him, shaking his head. Kong Jinyuan struggled mightily to free himself from Kong Maoshan's grasp, yet saw Madame Kong shoot him a look as well. Kong Ping slowly raised his hand, indicating for them not to speak. Kong Jinyuan's face was filled with unwillingness, yet he dared not speak. Meanwhile, Chi Wei beside him also sighed towards the heavens, filled with fury and unwillingness. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang both secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Kong Ping was still very rational as he chose to temporarily lower his head, not being driven to desperate action. Zheng Ming said, "Does Mr. Kong mean that there seems to be something hidden? If you want to meet my master, this senior apprentice brother Zheng would naturally be happy to bring you to him. Golden Court Mountain welcomes you." He would naturally not invite Kong Ping to board the riding wind heavenly vessel. That would be equivalent to inviting a wolf into the house. Zheng Ming swiveled his head to glance at Chen Zhiliang. "Junior apprentice brother Chen, you will lead Mr. Kong back to Golden Court Mountain in a while." Golden Court Mountain was located in the central region of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, where the Tao Arena of the Southeastern Exalt was located. Chen Zhiliang nodded. "Yes, senior apprentice brother." He disembarked the riding wind heavenly vessel, coming before Kong Ping and the others as he solemnly cupped his hands. "Mr. Kong can leave whenever it is convenient." Kong Ping surveyed the surroundings, looking at the light fog that had yet to disperse before saying, "Any time is fine. We just have to leave as soon as possible. There is still one more thing. Has that Yin Zhaoga entered the Southeastern Exalt's tutelage?" Chen Zhiliang said, "That little friend, Yin, is not of the same lineage as us. Still, he can be considered a guest traveling with us. If he is willing, he can also accompany us back to Golden Court Mountain." Yin Zhaoga could naturally not go as well. Still, Chen Zhiliang's words were telling Kong Ping that they were temporarily protecting Yin Zhaoga. Kong Jinyuan gnashed his teeth hatefully. Kong Ping, however, did not seem enraged as he just said mildly, "Whatever the Southeastern Exalt decides in the future, he will naturally have his own considerations. Still, if you intend to lead him into your lineage, you will have to properly investigate this matter first. This person possesses a high-grade sacred artifact." Chen Zhiliang was slightly startled. Then, he nodded and said, "You are a genius, but you also have great opportunities and great luck." Zheng Ming, Bai Ziming, Wen Luoxia, Yi Xian, and the others on the riding wind heavenly vessel were all incomparably shocked. Everyone's gazes simultaneously fell on Yin Zhaoga. Zheng Ming and Wen Luoxia were still all right, mainly feeling shocked. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was baffled. A person with a high-grade sacred weapon had suddenly appeared in front of her. Really? Uncontrollable envy and even jealousy appeared in Bai Ziming's eyes. What a fellow! For someone who has just become a martial saint, to have a low-grade sacred artifact is already pretty good. Having a medium-grade sacred artifact is already a great stroke of luck. This brat actually has a high-grade sacred artifact? Could it be that those people deliberately spread false news to trick him? Beside Kong Ping, Chi Wei said coldly, that sacred artifact was the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary, the extreme Yang seal. The exalted solar luminary, the extreme Yang seal. On the riding wind heavenly vessel, it was suddenly deathly silent. To be continued. Chapter 692. Bai Ziming felt somewhat confused, unable to understand the deeper meaning behind Qi Wei's words. He was not someone of the world beyond worlds, instead hailing from a lower world, as he had ascended to the world beyond worlds after attaining the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. In his world, he had never heard of the extreme Yang seal. However, this did not prevent him from realizing the importance of it. Just by looking at the sudden change in Zheng Ming's expression on the riding wind heavenly vessel, one could tell that this was different from the rest. Meanwhile, by Zheng Ming's side, when Luoxia and Exan were first at a loss, but very quickly came to a realization as they looked at Yin Zhaoge with shocked expressions. In the valley down below, hearing those words, Chun Zhiliang was similarly greatly shocked as he virtually unconsciously turned to look at the riding wind heavenly vessel in midair. When Bai Ziming saw Zheng Ming's appearance, he thought to himself, this is similar to how he looked when he first heard about the sky-bearing Fek array. The old man grew vigilant, the envy and greed within his gaze as he looked at Yin Zhaoge completely disappearing, replaced by extreme caution. Bai Ziming felt that just like how Kong Ping and the others had set up the heaven-bearing Fek formation, Yin Zhaoge too possessed a great secret. If he were to get swept up in it and be careless, his fate would be dire. Exalted solar luminary. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. The first scene that surfaced within his mind was that fist intent which had remained within the extreme Yang seal when he had collected it in the Earth domain of the 8 Extremities world that year. The fist intent condensed into the appearance of a young man, but his appearance could not be seen clearly. This person should be the original owner of the extreme Yang seal, as well as the one who forged this high-grade sacred artifact. He was the exalted solar luminary that Qi Wei and the others had mentioned. There seemed to be quite a few people in the world beyond worlds who knew about it. Yin Zhaoge noticed the gazes that Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia, Yi Xian, and the others were looking at him. After pondering for a moment, he smiled. I do know of the extreme Yang seal. However, I have never heard of the great name of the exalted solar luminary. I have made a fool of myself. The expressions of Zheng Ming and the others immediately became strange. They exchanged looks as when Luoxia could not help but ask, this, young Master Yin, could it be that you are not someone of the world beyond worlds, instead hailing from a lower world? Yin Zhaoge nodded candidly. It is precisely so. I coincidentally had a small fortuitous encounter which brought me to this world beyond worlds. Wen Luoxia still wanted to say something, but when she saw Zheng Ming's solemn gaze, she swallowed her words again. Zheng Ming said slowly, has little friend Yin not heard of the great name of the exalted solar luminary? Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart, answering, I know of the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yang scripture. Still, I have indeed never heard of the name of the exalted solar luminary before. Seeing that his expression did not seem to be fake, Zheng Ming's gaze became even stranger. You even know about the sun god scripture, but not the name of the exalted solar luminary? Zheng Ming muttered to himself. He looked at Kong Ping in the valley down below. Just now, Kong Ping had attempted to kill Yin Zhaoge right in front of their faces. Was it because Kong Ping knew that Yin Zhaoge actually had no direct connection with the original owner of the extreme Yang seal that he had no qualms about doing so? Or was it that the one behind Kong Ping had always been targeting the exalted solar luminary? If it was the former, it meant that Kong Ping was purely taking revenge on Yin Zhaoge, finding some trouble for him. If it was the latter, then the situation was even more complicated. What kind of figure was the exalted solar luminary Gao Han? He was a peak expert who had established the current state of the world beyond worlds and revived Taoism. It was said that he had survived the Great Calamity. When he had last appeared over 1,000 years ago, his cultivation base had already been higher than that of the one behind Kong Ping. If he were still alive today, barring any major accidents, he would be even more powerful. Even that major figure behind Kong Ping would not be able to withstand him. Yet, Kong Ping had still tried to kill Yin Zhaoge just now. Zheng Ming felt that he was a cautious and rational person who should not have made a move due to a moment of rage. Even Zheng Ming felt a chill run down his spine at the possibility of what might have been behind this. Of course, it could also be that Kong Ping had intentionally done so, using this as a bluff. It was just that with this, Yin Zhaoge's background had become even more mysterious in Zheng Ming's eyes. Zheng Ming would definitely not believe that Yin Zhaoge was completely unrelated to Gao Han. However, Yin Zhaoge had admitted that he bore the extreme Yang seal, even admitting that he knew of the sun god scripture. What meaning was there in him still denying that he knew of Gao Han's existence? It was like looking at the restored, heaven-bearing Efficate formation within the valley. There would be no need for Kong Ping and the others to deny it at all. Perhaps while he came into contact with the exalted solar luminary, he only obtained the extreme Yang seal and the legacy of the extreme Yang scripture. The exalted solar luminary did not mention his identity to him. Zheng Ming pondered, yet dared not think too deeply about it. It was best not to easily guess at the thoughts of a major figure of that level. Truthfully reporting this to his master, the Southeastern Exalt, was accomplishing what he was supposed to do. Thinking of this, Zheng Ming looked at Yin Zhaoge. Little friend Yin, Yin Zhaoge smiled. In coming to the world beyond worlds, I have some enmity to settle with a sect of the Royal Reed Sea, the Radiant Light sect. Zheng Ming opened his mouth, swallowing back the words that he had originally wanted to say. Kong Ping and the others had to give the Southeastern Exalt an explanation. If there were any follow-up to this matter of them having set up the heaven-bearing Efficate formation within the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would definitely affect the Southeastern Exalt. As for Yin Zhaoge, first, not mentioning whether or not he had been entrusted with the mission of the original owner of the Extreme Yang Seal. Even if he had, it would still be impossible to ascertain whether it was related to the Southeastern Exalt now. If the matter with the Radiant Light sect was indeed just Yin Zhaoge's personal problem, the Southeastern Exalt would not interfere. Matters of the major powers of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory attacking one another were commonplace. It was not as if sects had not been exterminated as well. If it was not truly a major mess, the Southeastern Exalt would not be bothered about it. Recklessly interfering with the arrangements of the exalted solar luminary now would be equivalent to starting a feud. If the exalted solar luminary's methods were being used in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would be impossible for the Southeastern Exalt to just stand by and watch. It was just that there were currently no signs of this. Whether or not Yin Zhaoge had a personal enmity with the Radiant Light sect was something that could be easily verified. Zheng Ming sighed inwardly, shaking his head slightly. Is little friend Yin interested in coming to my Golden Court Mountain as a guest? While it was not good for him to forcefully interfere, he still hoped to understand the situation as much as possible, not being completely clueless about it at the very least. That's my wish. I wouldn't dare to ask. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Still, if it is convenient, I would like to head to Golden Court Mountain after settling my personal matters in the Royal Reed Sea. I have long heard of the Southeastern Exalt's famed name. I would naturally like to meet him. Zheng Ming guessed that Yin Zhaoge's personal matters were his enmity with the Radiant Light sect. He said, Junior apprentice Brother Chun will lead that Mr. Kong over to pay a visit to my master. I will remain in the Royal Reed Sea to verify some matters. The meaning behind his words was that it was impossible for him to be a hired thug. This was also how it should be. He would not urge Yin Zhaoge to immediately pay a visit to the Southeastern Exalt like Kong Ping had done. While he would not prevent Yin Zhaoge from seeking vengeance with the Radiant Light sect, he would also not help Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Being able to travel with you all is already a wonderful experience for me. You are polite. Of course it had been wonderful. His gains had been much more abundant than he had thought. To be continued. Chapter 693. Yin Zhaoge knew that what Zheng Ming wanted to verify was most likely related to the matter of Yi Xin having been ambushed earlier. There might be many secrets hidden within, but Yin Zhaoge temporarily did not intend to get involved in them. While it was a fortuitous coincidence, it was also due to his own diligent management that the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea was vastly different from before. While Zheng Ming and the others would not interfere in the conflict between Yin Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect, he had once been a guest on the Riding Wind heavenly vessel. As this news spread, the Radiant Light sect had no choice but to pay attention to it. Kong Ping would head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt, the outcome of which was hard to predict. However, before the Southeastern Exalt had given a clear explanation, the Grand Xian dynasty would have to temporarily cease all activities in the Royal Reed Sea, keeping a low profile. Even though Kong Ping had left the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty was still powerful. Now that they were willing to quieten down, while the anti-Xian forces could heave a sigh of relief, it would be very hard for them to launch an effective counterattack. Currently, the intense battle in the Royal Reed Sea had temporarily come to an end. This was already something that could be predicted. According to Yin Zhaoge's thoughts, it would be best if the Grand Xian dynasty could directly break through the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. However, the North Seashore Pavilion, Copperman Island, and even the Dim Darkness sect might not be happy to see this. The result would most likely be a great battle between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces as a whole, with the fate of the Radiant Light sect very hard to predict. He might not be able to recover from this setback, and his vitality would be greatly damaged. Or he might have a bountiful harvest and use this opportunity to rise. Moreover, if the extreme Ying crown fell into the hands of the more powerful Grand Xian dynasty, it would undoubtedly be akin to driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Comparatively speaking, the current situation gave Yin Zhaoge more room to maneuver. Having lost the external pressure of the Grand Xian dynasty, the internal conflicts of the anti-Xian army would surface once more. He owed the North Sea Sword Pavilion a debt of gratitude to him in the first place. Now that he had borrowed this chance to defeat the Grand Xian dynasty, forcing the Grand Xian dynasty, who originally held the initiative, to be forced to switch from offense to defense, quelling the flames of war, this was undoubtedly an even greater help to the various anti-Xian forces. Apart from that, there were other gains. Yin Zhaoge's gaze focused slightly as he sensed the extreme Yang seal that had currently fallen into slumber once more. He understood most of the history of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. Still, there were many things in the world beyond worlds that he was unfamiliar with. Now that he could communicate and interact with descendants of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, he would undoubtedly gain immense benefits. Intelligence, knowledge, information, and similar things were priceless. At the right time, in the right place, they could play a role that far exceeded one's imagination. They were priceless. Moreover, the extreme Yang seal was now closely linked to him. Right, there might also be the extreme Ying crown and the cold sun divine saber. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunsheng from the corner of his eye. Feng Yunsheng's gaze met his, the two blinking at the same time. Feng Yunsheng's expression didn't change, but the veins on the back of her hand that was holding the knife were clearly bulging. The cold sun divine saber still had an extremely ordinary appearance, silently sheathed within its sheath, and was extremely inconspicuous. Looking at Zheng Ming, Yin Zhaoge smiled. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to handle them. After leaving this place, just drop this Yin and my fellow disciples off the boat. Zheng Ming Yin said, traveling together for another period of time is naturally possible. If little friend Yin wishes to remain on the vessel, that is also not a problem. Whenever little friend Yin wishes to attend to his personal matters, he can leave the vessel on his own. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I thank you first. Bai Ziming, who had been quietly watching from the side without any intention of interrupting, clicked his tongue in wonder. How much of the current situation was foreseen by this young man when he boarded the ship? The waters of the world beyond worlds were truly immeasurably deep. As one traversed within, a single lapse in concentration might result in them suffering a calamity. The most terrifying and sorrowful thing was that many a time, people might not even know why they had met with such misfortune even after they had died. In the dense forest, countless great trees towered to the heavens, their leaves lush and lush as they obscured the heavens and concealed the sun. Beneath the soil, Roots were intertwined as too many unknown things were hidden. The old man suddenly felt the urge to sigh now. Back then, he had been rather high-spirited. After having ascended to the peak of his original world, he had cultivated painstakingly for many years before finally successfully surpassing his limits, striding towards a place even higher than the peak. After ascending to the world beyond worlds, he had also been filled with lofty aspirations. Having successfully established himself with Zheng Ming and the others, it was equivalent to him having gained a stable footing in the world beyond worlds, having had an extremely good start. Who knew, however, that the winds would turn increasingly and increasingly against him afterwards? Even direct disciples of the Southeastern Exalt lineage like Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang valued the heaven-bearing effecate formation greatly. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary it was. In the valley, an immortal bridge martial saint had been waiting there, possessing shocking strength. The two sides had been in a standoff earlier, with a battle on the verge of erupting at any moment. Even though Bai Ziming had experienced many things in his original world, he still broke out in cold sweat. While his spirit had been dampened somewhat, Bai Ziming quickly adjusted his mentality, realizing that it would be very dangerous for him to get involved in something like this with his current strength. He could tell that the level of this confrontation likely did not lie within this valley. The true two sides were not Kong Ping and Zheng Ming's lot. Even an immortal bridge martial saint like Kong Ping might merely be a lackey. Thinking of this, he felt like he had just been caught up in the crossfire. Looking at Yin Zhaogo again, Bai Ziming's gaze involuntarily turned incomparably complex. You are playing with fire, young man. Within the valley, whether it was Qin Zhiliang or Kong Ping and the others, their gazes that were directed towards the riding wind heavenly vessel were not calm at all. Kong Ping quietly sent a sound transmission to his wife and fellow disciples. Quickly report everything that has happened in detail to the Emperor. I will head to Golden Court Mountain right now. Before the Emperor issues a decree or I send news back, maintain a low profile here in the Royal Reed Sea. Do not act rashly. Inform the two senior apprentice uncles and King Xuanmu to retreat as soon as possible. It is not advisable to continue fighting now. The Earth-Ocean Lung crystals are about to be used up. Without being replenished, the heaven-bearing effecate formation will not be able to sustain itself in the first place. Let's just stop. Madame Kong and Qi Wei both had complex expressions on their faces. With this halt, it was equivalent to the hard work of more than a generation over the past 100 years being wasted. There had clearly already been some progress, the light of hope within sight. Now all of it had gone up in smoke. However firm one's will and mental fortitude was, they would virtually be driven mad by this. Madame Kong said in a heavy tone that Yin Zhaoga, Kong Ping's expression was indifferent. Do not touch him for now. Before the Emperor has made a decision, do not further anger the Southeastern Exalt. Still, keep a close eye on him and investigate if there is any trace of the exalted solar luminary behind him. Qi Wei's gaze turned even colder. Everything has been ruined by this kid. If there is no one behind him, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. I want him to regret ever having been born in his mother's womb. Kong Ping said, inform King Xuanmu to keep a low profile. Keep a very low profile. Numb the anti-Xian forces of the Royal Reed Sea. Do not give them any threat at all. This kid has enmity with the Radiant Light sect. Give them a relaxed environment and let them fight it out. After we have passed this trial, the Royal Reed Sea will still be our world. Chapter 694. Kong Ping, who didn't show it on the outside, was feeling as gloomy as his wife and Qi Wei. Now, however, he could only suppress all of this as he accompanied Qin Zhiliang east, leaving the Royal Reed Sea and heading to Golden Court Mountain, where the Southeastern Exalt's Dao arena was located. Madame Kong and Qi Wei watched gloomily as Kong Ping left with Qin Zhiliang. As they looked at the huge divine boat in the sky that was enveloped by the multicolored light, the two of them felt their chests tighten. They could not see Yin Zhaoga as he stood amidst the multicolored light. Still, they knew that the person who had foiled their major matter was currently on that riding wind heavenly vessel. As multicolored light flickered, the giant ship finally began to move again. It rode the heavenly winds, tore through the drifting clouds, and left in the blink of an eye. Chi Wei and the others could only sigh. Kong Jinyuan shouted in dissatisfaction, "Mother, why don't we do it? While the riding wind heavenly vessel is strong, it can't do anything to father. And there's also the formation set up by senior apprentice Uncle Chi. They aren't our match." Chi Wei did not make a sound, his expression extremely ugly. Madame Kong shook her head. "The other party is indeed most likely unable to defeat us. Still, if they wholeheartedly wish to flee, they will have a great chance. It would be fine if I succeeded in silencing him. But if I failed, news of this would leak out for no reason, completely forming irreconcilable enmity with the Southeastern Exalt." Kong Jinyuan retorted, "They were merely of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, not the Southeastern Exalt himself. If they were killed, so be it. If the Southeastern Exalt pursues this matter, with the Emperor backing us, how could we be afraid of him?" Madame Kong heaved a long sigh towards the heavens. It is not that simple. While they had a backer behind them, secretly setting up the heaven-bearing FEK formation in the Royal Reed Sea had originally been ordered to act in secret. Now that he had been exposed and caused a huge uproar, he had undoubtedly screwed up his mission. Now, not only did he have to account to the Southeastern Exalt, it would probably be even harder for him to deal with his backer as well. While their backer did not fear the Southeastern Exalt, as soon as a major conflict arose between the two sides, having already failed in their mission and also being the spark that ignited the conflict, Kong Ping and the others would not have a good ending. Therefore, Kong Ping had no choice but to make a trip to Golden Court Mountain and strive to minimize the problem with his own efforts. In this way, there might still be a chance for things to turn around. Madame Kong and Chi Wei understood this as well. However unwilling they could only first endure this. "Senior apprentice Brother Chi, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the aftermath. I'll go meet King Xuanmu." Madame Kong looked at Chi Wei. "While things could be discussed between our two families, their lineage might not be willing to suffer in silence in the Royal Reed Sea. In the past, King Xianwan, Shan Lingzi, and Dao Shi had led their disciples into the Royal Reed Sea precisely because there were clues to the whereabouts of the legendary Earth Queen's deity here. The Royal Reed Sea also possessed unique geographical conditions. Within this valley, it would be much easier to set up the heaven-bearing FEK formation. Shan Lingzi and Daoist Shi successors were all content with secrecy, handing over all the matters on the surface to King Xuanwen's lineage to handle. Over so many years, the Grand Xian dynasty had become accustomed to lording over the Royal Reed Sea. Chi Wei coldly said, "So what if he doesn't want to?" At the end of the day, the two seniors King Xianwen and King Xuanqing are no longer here. Without our help, he would not have been able to stabilize his position in the Royal Reed Sea in the first place. For him to be able to temporarily maintain the situation, he should already be thanking his ancestors. Madame Kong said, "If we stop now, the anti-Xian forces will not dare to launch an unbridled counterattack. After all, no one knows what the Southeastern Exalt stance will be. Our strength is clear for all to see. If they want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack us, they'll have to consider their own strength first." Chi Wei said, "They're most likely also concerned about the news from Golden Court Mountain." Madame Kong pondered for a moment. "We might as well create a false impression for them." On the riding wind heavenly vessel, Yin Zhaoga's trio left along with Zheng Ming and the others. Zheng Ming naturally did not mind Yin Zhaoga continuing to remain on the vessel. It was just that if that happened, he would be like Bai Ziming, constantly idling about. This was not a situation that Yin Zhaoga would be happy to see. Beneath his influence, the heavens of the Royal Reed Sea had changed, the entire global situation having been changed. If he wanted to gain more from this, he would still have to continue working hard. Still, making use of this period of time where they had not parted ways, Yin Zhaoga began indirectly obtaining more useful information related to the world beyond worlds from Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia, and the others. While staying at the Dim Darkness Sect's branch altar earlier, Through his conversations with the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, Yin Zhaoge had vaguely had a feeling. In the long history of the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, some people and some matters seem to have been unceasingly diluted and dealt with. Now, many historical records had gradually faded into oblivion as few people knew about them. Comparatively speaking, the dim darkness sect had a long history, still having preserved many historical records, as it would probably be more abundant than the likes of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island. However, most of the information that Yin Zhaoge could obtain about the world beyond worlds from the dim darkness sect was of the current era or the past 1,000 years or so. Further back, it was hard to guarantee the authenticity of the information as more and more information was missing, far from being as detailed as it had been in recent years. Instead, Zheng Ming, Chun Zhiliang, and the others were of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, and the backgrounds of Kong Ping and the others were not simple as well. Many secrets of even more distant eras could be learned from them. The Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect both originated from the Dim Radiant sect of the past, having once flourished for a time as well. However, due to the Dim Radiant sect split and the deaths of many of its higher echelon experts, many historical records of the Dim Darkness sect have been lost. The exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, is rumored to be an expert who survived the Great Calamity. Wen Luoxia's gaze was rather strange as she looked at Yin Zhaoge, clearly still not believing that Yin Zhaoge did not know the specific origins of the extreme Yang seal. As she saw it, if he was a direct descendant of the exalted solar luminary, or even a disciple, it would be easier to understand why Yin Zhaoge possessed such a cultivation base at such a young age. After the Great Calamity, he established the world beyond worlds together with a few other experts, establishing the environment in which we live today, reinvigorating Taoism, and rebuilding Kunlun. Wen Luoxia said slowly, these senior bigwigs were known as the Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times. Still, it seems that the Great Calamity had just occurred at that time, as the environment between the heavens and the earth was still very unstable, many dangers existing within the world. In order to quell these dangers, some of the experts of the 9 luminaries perished. Afterwards, there were also existences like the exalted solar luminary, whose whereabouts are unknown. Yin Zhaoge listened with great interest, causing Wen Luoxia to complain unceasingly. He ignored Wen Luoxia's strange gaze as various thoughts flashed rapidly within his mind. Hearing Wen Luoxia's narration, Yin Zhaoge now gradually gained some understanding of the original owner of this high-grade sacred artifact of his. In the history of post-Great Calamity times, this exalted solar luminary had unquestionably been an important figure. Currently, his whereabouts were unknown. If he was still alive, barring any major accidents, he would undoubtedly still be a major figure who could do as he pleased in the world beyond worlds. Just looking at the others of the Kunlun 9 luminaries who had been revered alongside him in the past, one would be able to deduce the general situation of this exalted solar luminary. The exalted Earth luminary was the current earthly sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. The exalted concealed luminary was revered alongside the earthly sovereign, the current concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Similarly, it could be seen that none of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past were easy to deal with. They were unquestionably existences that could never be avoided in the post-Great Calamity times, also not being forgotten. Still, the problem was, why had that period of time after the Great Calamity gradually been buried amidst the dust of history now? If someone had done this intentionally, who could it be? Why? To be continued. Chapter 695. Wen Luoxia's introduction of the situation resolved many of Yin Zhaoge's previous doubts. However, the more he knew, the more questions he had. Through his conversation with Wen Luoxia, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that there was indeed someone who was diluting past history. As a direct disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, Wen Luoxia's understanding of past history was merely superficial, most of it being legends. It was no wonder that even a major power like the Dim Darkness sect knew so little about its history. There is no need to mention the other small and medium-sized forces, and even the common people. Everyone knew that the historical records that everyone was rather familiar with were basically all about the situation in the world beyond worlds, after the situation had stabilized in the recent 1,000 years. Most of the historical details of more than 1,000 years ago were buried in the river of time. Perhaps only an extremely small number of people who personally experienced it knew the true details. Currently, when Luoxia's words might not all be accurate, Yin Zhaogan knew this well, just taking it as a reference. Even so, it was still a ghastly sight. Exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Is that his real name? Yin Zhaoga pondered. He looked at Wen Luoxia and asked in a seemingly casual manner, I wonder if this exalted solar luminary, as well as the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, are they of the three clear lineage or someone of the heavenly court's divine palace? When Luoxia was taken aback, the Kunlun 9 luminaries rebuilt Kunlun Mountain, continuing the lineage of Taoism. It is rumored that they possess supreme martial arts manuals of the Jade Clear lineage. However, whether it's the Jade Clear lineage's orthodox direct lineage, or if it was a secret manual obtained by chance, my Grandmaster might know. However, as a junior, I do not know. Kunlun Mountain's Jade Illusory Palace was the Tao arena of the legendary Jade Clear founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. When Luoxia continued, if it is the Grand Clear lineage, the various families and sects of post-Great Calamity times are actually all somewhat related to it. The founder of the Grand Clear lineage, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, had established the foundation of the martial Tao, educating all living beings and opening up the path of cultivation. After that, 100 schools of thought resonated and 100 flowers bloomed. In the endless years, countless experts continuously explored and opened up one path after another, leaving behind one orthodoxy after another. To put it loosely, over 90% of the martial practitioners of the Taoist sect could be considered as disciples and grand disciples of the Grand Clear lineage. After the Great Calamity, people had either directly inherited the pre-Great Calamity Tao traditions or unearthed the supreme martial arts left behind by their predecessors, all of them benefiting from the Grand Clear founding masters. When Luoxia paused for a moment before saying, as for the Prime Clear lineage, the earthly sovereign once decreed that descendants of the Prime Clear lineage are not to step foot in the world beyond worlds. Hearing these words, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly. However, knowing this, he had already gained quite a lot. Yin Zhaoga calmly communicated with the Extreme Yang Seal. As his connection with the Extreme Yang Seal grew deeper by the day, his understanding of this treasure also grew deeper as he gradually discovered many abnormalities. For example, when the exalted solar luminary Gao Han sealed the crevice of the 9 underworlds with his fist intent in the earth domain in the past, it was indeed a simple execution of the Sun God scripture. However, Yin Zhaoga vaguely felt that there were other concepts within the extreme Yang Seal aside from the true brilliance of the solar star. It was actually somewhat similar to the concept described in the Jade Clear 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The power of the extreme Yang Seal vaguely resembled the cyclic heavenly seal of legend, which suppressed the heavens and earth and overturned the universe. At the same time, compared to the incomplete version he had seen in the Divine Palace's library, the solar god canon he had now was not only complete, but even more profound and powerful. Still, the more Yin Zhaoga cultivated, the more he felt that the improvement of the current extreme Yang scripture had more or less been based on the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear direct lineage. Like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture and the Life Creation heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture was one of the 6 later heavenly scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures. Naturally, it also contained extreme yang and extreme yin. Yin Zhaoga pondered. It is not much different from what I had predicted. Still, the situation is even more complicated. I really made the right decision to come to the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, if I were to be sold off, I might even have to help count the money. Zheng Ming, When Luoxia, Kong Ping, Qi Wei, and the others did not know, but Yin Zhaoge remembered it clearly. Back then, the exalted solar luminary Gao Han had placed the extreme Yang seal within the deep abyss of the earth domain of the eight extremities world to suppress the crevice to the 9 underworlds. However, it had also been in order to deceive others of his plan. Who was he trying to fool? Where did he go after deceiving others? What was he going to do? Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Gao Han aside, that woman who had left behind the extreme Yin crown was likely someone of the 9 luminaries as well. Adding on the corpse of the Rahu saber, Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh inwardly at how the waters of the 8 extremities world were shallow and how many scaly dragons there were. As Yin Zhaoge pondered on this matter, others were also paying attention to him. That female martial practitioner known as Yi Xian had a rather complex expression on her face as she watched Yin Zhaoge and Wen Luoxia converse. She had actually been very embarrassed just now. Kong Ping and the others had helped her, and she owed them a favor. She had originally intended to put in a good word for the Grand Xian dynasty in front of her master and senior apprentice uncle, who knew that a major problem with the heaven-bearing Fek formation would arise afterwards, leaving her only able to remain obediently by the side, as she even had to rejoice at the fact that she had not said anything wrong. In the end, Kong Ping had been forced to head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the southeastern exalt. The Grand Xian dynasty, who had regained the upper hand in the Royal Reed Sea, had not suffered a loss in strength, yet it had to swallow their anger, retracting their defenses and keeping a low profile. This young man before her, however, was still living very comfortably and freely. As Yi Xian was astonished at Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base and strength at such a young age, she was even more shocked by this experience of him changing the heavens and changing the earth of the Royal Reed Sea with a flip of his palm. While it was borrowing power, successfully borrowing the power of an expert who was not on close terms with him was not something that just anyone could do. Thinking of the extreme Yang seal and the exalted solar luminary, Yi Xian felt slightly relieved. The person before her was indisputably a youth who possessed fortune and fortune. Amidst everyone's complex thoughts, the riding wind heavenly vessel traveled far away, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Yi Xian was the first to regain her wits. She needed to guide her senior apprentice uncle Zheng Ming to the place where she had met with danger back then. Halfway there, Yin Zhaoge took his leave of Zheng Ming and the others, disembarking the riding wind heavenly vessel along with Feng Yinsheng and Ahu. Watching the riding wind heavenly vessel leave in an instant, vanishing into the horizon without a trace, Ahu wiped his saliva. Young master, if only we had such a vessel as well. After saying this, seeing that Yin Zhaoge had not responded, Ahu swiveled his head, seeing that Yin Zhaoge was not looking at the riding wind heavenly vessel, as he was instead gazing in the opposite direction. It was also the direction from which they had just come, in the direction of the valley where the heaven-bearing Fek formation had been located. Ahu asked, "Young master, what's the matter? Is there someone from the Grand Xian dynasty following us?" Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "I didn't discover anyone following us. It is just that looking at that formation just now, I felt that it was a little strange." "Strange?" Ahu asked curiously. "Strange in what way?" Yin Zhaoge retracted his gaze. At the end of the day, it was an image of light that was reconstructed using a secret technique, not being a true formation. Still, it feels a little different from the heaven-bearing Fek formation that I know of in the past. Chapter 696. Yin Zhaoge no longer looked in the direction of the heaven-bearing Fek formation as he swiveled his head, saying, "All right, let's not think about it for now. Let's set off as well." Ahu asked, "Young master, where are we going now? Were they still going to the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea, or return to the clear scenic state?" Yin Zhaoge said, "There is no need to go to the clear scenic region for now. The endless magnetic storms, they are currently wreaking havoc greatly. While when Luoxia has entered the sea, from the looks of it, she was unable to get out of the deep sea artifact. As for the northern part of the Royal Reed Sea, there is no need to return now either. Originally, The Grand Qian dynasty had given up on attacking the North Sea Sword Pavilion, instead targeting the Radiant Light sect. However, the anti-Qian army decisively chased them out of the North Sea, pursuing and harassing the Grand Qian dynasty all the way as both sides fought and paused, entangling with one another unceasingly. They were still quite a distance away from the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. Yin Zhaoge guessed that the Grand Qian dynasty was thinking of besieging them and attacking their reinforcements, making use of their attack on the Radiant Light sect to force the anti-Qian army to give up on their geographical advantage in the North Sea. After luring the anti-Qian army out of the Grinding Hut region's sword domain, the anti-Qian army could retreat at any time if they were relatively close. When they had been lured far enough away to the point where they were in the middle of nowhere, if the Grand Qian dynasty suddenly turned around and counterattacked, the allied forces of the anti-Qian forces would most likely be unable to return to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. This way, forcing the other side to battle it out in the open, the stronger Grand Qian dynasty would undoubtedly have a greater advantage. This was an open scheme. Even if the anti-Qian army knew of the Grand Qian dynasty's intentions, they could only be led around by the nose. Otherwise, if the Grand Qian dynasty directly trampled over the Radiant Light sect, they would not be at a disadvantage no matter how they fought. With the Grand Qian dynasty occupying the initiative on the battlefield, this was where their advantage lay. The anti-Qian allied forces could only try their best to make up for it in other areas, trying their best to create favorable conditions in an unfavorable environment. Now, due to the southeastern exalt, the Grand Qian dynasty will have to temporarily cease all banners and drums of war. They can't even resort to feigning defeat and ambushing them like the backstabbing tactic. If they say that they want to cower, they must really cower obediently, not daring to play any tricks. Yin Zhaoge said, therefore, in order to avoid the anti-Qin coalition making use of this opportunity to pursue and kill them, if they want to retreat, they will have to do it cleanly. Retreat in one go, then hang the no battle sign high and shrink the defense. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. They're stronger. Whilst maintaining a low profile and defensive stance, the anti-Qin forces would also be hard-pressed to start a war lightly. The Grand Qian dynasty just does not want to provoke the southeastern exalt further when they have already stirred up trouble. It is not that they will not retaliate when beaten or scolded. Ahu mimicked his actions. They will definitely keep the news under wraps. It is impossible for them to spread the news that they have offended the southeastern exalt. Then, young master, shall we find the main force of the anti-Qin coalition and leak the news to them? While the Grand Qian dynasty is retreating, the anti-Qin coalition can make use of this chance to launch a counterattack. This might be the final chance to deal the Grand Qian dynasty a heavy blow. Yin Zhaoge smiled. That is naturally the case. Still, it might not necessarily be as one wishes. The Grand Qian dynasty should still be rather methodical. With that, the group set off. The war between the Grand Qian dynasty and the anti-Qin coalition was currently still in full swing, appearing to be at a stalemate. It was not hard to locate them. Having obtained information along the way, arriving at a certain region in the northeast of the Royal Reed Sea, Yin Zhaoge and the others could even feel the spiritual qi fluctuations between the heavens and the earth in the distance. That was because there were too many experts clashing, causing the spiritual qi circulation of the surrounding environment to be disrupted. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge saw streaks of light and the light of fire flickering in the distant horizon. A great battle had clearly broken out between the two sides. Roiling waves of qi swept the surrounding area, instantly sweeping through the Great Sea and causing tsunamis as they approached the place where Yin Zhaoge and the others were. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. What fierce attacks! This clash had begun very suddenly and ended very quickly as well. In virtually just an instant, one of the clashing sides had adopted a stance of retreat, seemingly unwilling to fight to the death with the other side. Still, their movements were clearly not chaotic as they retreated in an orderly manner, seemingly having long since been prepared for this, as they did not allow the other side to tangle with them. Meanwhile, the attacking side had a ferocious momentum as they pursued the other side, looking like they would not let the matter rest, as they wanted to keep the other side behind. Ahu asked rather hesitantly, "Young master, have we come too late?" Yin Zhaoge said, "We are not late." The most eye-catching of the attacking side were a sword light and a streak of fiery light. They were indeed eye-catching, because the ones who had attacked were really too powerful, such that Yin Zhaoge could feel the aura of their power, even from a great distance away. The current cultivation base of Feng Yunsheng and Ahu is still rather far apart. In their eyes, it was all bright light, shaking their minds and making it hard for them to calm down as they were unable to differentiate between them. However, with Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he was able to differentiate between them. That sword light resembled the long river of time, eternal and distant, while that fiery light was brutal and ferocious. The silhouettes of 7 fowl soaring high into the air could vaguely be seen amidst the fiery light. Without a doubt, the former was the time-flowing sword, originating from an expert of Shun Lingzi's lineage, while the latter was a supreme martial art of the Grand Qian dynasty's royal family, the 5-fire true art, unleashing the 7-fowl treasured spear. Yin Zhaoge said, "If I were on the side of the Grand Qian dynasty, advancing or retreating would be up to me. The timing of retreat would also be grasped by me. Before I intend to retreat, I would also launch a fierce attack like this. Anyway, I have the advantage in strength and would not be at a disadvantage." The anti-Qin coalition had not wanted to start a war with the Grand Qian dynasty in this neutral location in the first place. They had only wanted to slow down the Grand Qian dynasty's advance. Similar scenes had already played out many times before, with the enemy advancing and they retreating and they pursuing. Even if the Grand Qian dynasty did not make a move, the anti-Qin coalition would also take the initiative to provoke them before retreating with a single blow. When the Grand Qian dynasty ceased their counterattack, they would retreat. Now, the Grand Qian dynasty seemed to have been completely enraged, no longer advancing towards the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, as they took the initiative to launch an attack. This was exactly what the anti-Qin coalition wanted. Also, they would definitely not have a decisive battle with the Grand Qian dynasty here. Thus, they naturally retreated even faster and more resolutely. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. It is just that the Grand Qian dynasty's plan this time is likely the same as theirs. After the anti-Qin coalition has fled, the Grand Qian dynasty will directly turn and leave as well. When the anti-Qin coalition reacts and wants to pursue, they might not be able to catch up. Ahu asked, "The Grand Qian dynasty could have used this method before as well, right?" Yin Zhaoge answered, "Previously, the Grand Qian dynasty's main target was not the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. Instead, they wanted to force the main force of the anti-Qin coalition to start a war with them in the wilderness. Only then would they be able to destroy their opponents to the greatest extent. If they had just broken through the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, the Grand Qian dynasty would actually have limited gains. The anti-Qin forces would have directly given up on that thought, as they completely retreated back to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region of the Northern Sea. It was not that the coalition did not try their best. Instead, the Grand Qian dynasty naturally held the advantage of having the initiative. The Radiant Light sect was unable to say anything about this, as they could only wholeheartedly assist the North Sea Sword Pavilion in defending. With most of their experts present, their legacy would not necessarily be severed. Therefore, the Grand Qian dynasty did not want to shake off their opponents before this. The anti-Qin coalition was well aware of this. From a certain perspective, both sides actually still had some tacit understanding, just that they were unceasingly playing at each other's throats. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Now, however, the Grand Qian dynasty has changed its mind while the anti-Qin forces are still unaware of it. Ahu smiled innocently. With us around, things will be different. To be continued. Chapter 697. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distant horizon. The Grand Qian dynasty's attacks are very ferocious, and their retreat will be very swift as well. Even if we come into contact with the anti-Qin coalition now, it would be very difficult to keep them here. He shook his head. At the end of the day, the Grand Qian dynasty is more powerful and has more resources. Still, carefully observing the two clashing forces, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Still, it might not be the case in other directions. Saying thus, he brought Feng Yinsheng and Ahu along and approaching the outskirts of the battlefield. The direction they were in was naturally the direction in which the anti-Xin coalition was retreating. The momentum of the attacking side was unprecedentedly ferocious, causing the anti-Xin coalition to be unable to stabilize their footing for a time. In order to avoid being completely surrounded and having a decisive battle outside, the anti-Xin forces retreated time and time again, speedily heading north as they left this region of sea. Finally, the Grand Qian dynasty's attacks gradually ceased. With the anti-Xin forces having successfully pulled away from them, everyone heaved a sigh of relief before sending people to scout and ascertain the Grand Qian dynasty's movements once more. After ceasing their attacks, the Grand Qian dynasty halted, seemingly having given up on their pursuit once more as they turned and continued on their previous journey. Both sides were incomparably familiar with this scene, as they had already experienced it many times. Now, it seemed like the same situation was repeating itself once more. The only difference was that the Grand Qian dynasty's earlier attacks had been too ferocious, causing the anti-Xin coalition to retreat a little more. When the anti-Xin coalition attempted to catch up to and keep an eye on the Grand Qian dynasty once more, they suddenly discovered to their surprise that the Grand Qian dynasty was moving faster and faster, as they were actually about to be unable to keep up. The higher echelon experts of the anti-Xin forces were all very surprised, their abnormal actions causing them to become vigilant. This caused the anti-Xin coalition's speed of pursuit to instead slow down a little, as everyone seemed to be hesitating. Yin Zhaoge's group now neared the camp of the anti-Xin coalition. Seeing the anti-Xin coalition's speed of pursuit instead slow as they revealed a hesitant attitude, Yin Zhaoge and the other two exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. The Grand Qian dynasty was stronger. With them suddenly acting abnormally, the anti-Xin coalition would naturally be nervous as they feared falling into their schemes. It was only natural for them to be a little cautious at a time like this. Sadly, the Grand Qian dynasty was precisely making use of this mentality of theirs. Now that their speed had slowed, their final hopes of catching up to the Grand Qian dynasty were extinguished, allowing them to successfully retreat. Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly, smiling as he looked at the person who was coming towards him. "Long time no see, Elder Wu. How have you been?" A black-clothed old man approached. It was precisely the Dim Darkness sect elder, the first seat Wu Zixio of the Non-Brightness Hall, whom Yin Zhaoge had met in a branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the south of the Royal Reed Sea. Yin Zhaoge first contacted a Dim Darkness sect disciple in the outskirts, asking him to relay the news. Having received Yin Zhaoge's news, the Dim Darkness sect clearly viewed it with great importance, as Wu Zixio very quickly came out to greet him. Seeing Wu Zixio, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You also came all the way here from the south of the Royal Reed Sea?" Wu Zixio was an expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. He was one of the first seats of the Dim Darkness sect's 3 palaces, a heavyweight figure who was a higher echelon figure even amongst the entire anti-Xin coalition. With the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual having ended and the Dim Darkness sect's main altar having been destroyed, he was in urgent need of reinforcements. Thus, appearing alongside the Dim Darkness sect's main forces in the northern region of Sea was something that could be predicted. Wu Zixio sighed. "It seems like it was only yesterday that we parted. Not only are you safe and sound, little friend Yin, you have even transcended mortality and entered sainthood. That is truly admirable." He clearly knew that from having stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm to having successfully entered the martial saint realm, Yin Zhaoge had only been around a year at most. Such a sudden leap in cultivation was truly shocking. This was especially so for such a young man who was powerful to the extreme, which was even more rare and valuable. "This old man heard from my fellow disciples that the one who broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was precisely you. little friend Yin. That Radiant Light sect's Nong Yuxuan was merely a shameless person who sought fame. Wu Zixio sighed emotionally. This old man and my fellow disciples were also within the Grinding Hut region's sword domain at the time. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. The situation in the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region was very chaotic. Afterwards, you and those of the Radiant Light sect all disappeared without a trace. Hearing the news, my sect felt rather regretful. Fortunately, you and your fellow disciples are blessed by the heavens. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. Elder Wu is polite. He looked at Wu Zixio. We can slowly talk about other things later. This Yin actually has something important to tell you in coming here this time, regarding the Grand Xian Dynasty and the Southeastern Exalt. Hearing the words Grand Xian Dynasty, Wu Zixio's expression was calm. However, hearing Yin Zhaoge mention the Southeastern Exalt next, the old man's expression instantly turned solemn. In the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, matters that were related to the Southeastern Exalt were all not minor matters. At the same time, matters that were related to the Grand Xian Dynasty and the Southeastern Exalt drew the attention of the Dim Darkness sect's elder Wu Zixio. Yin Zhaoge narrated the matter briefly. Wu Zixio could not help but be rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The Grand Xian Dynasty had secretly set up the heaven-bearing FEK formation in the Royal Reed Sea for many years, always keeping it hidden from the eyes and ears of the world. This matter was related to the legendary Earth Queen of the Four Imperials of Taoism, and the Southeastern Exalt had already learned of it now. In order to avoid further enraging the Southeastern Exalt, the Grand Xian Dynasty had been forced to retreat, having no choice but to temporarily keep a low profile as they had dispatched someone to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt and explain the situation. As a bigwig of the Dim Darkness sect, after having learned of this news, Wu Zixio instantly thought of many things. Looking at the pondering Wu Zixio, Yin Zhaoge pointed in the direction in which the Grand Xian Dynasty had retreated. The Grand Xian Dynasty's current reaction actually proves the veracity of this Yan's intelligence. Gazing in that direction as well, Wu Zixio sighed in a daze. If it really is so, we would have missed out on a good chance. While we might not have been able to deal a serious blow to the Grand Xian Dynasty, we would have been able to make use of this chance to take advantage of them. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Actually, it is still not too late now. There is still a chance. Wu Zixio was taken aback. Oh. He pondered slightly. Please come with me, little friend Yin. My chief has always wanted to meet you. Sadly, we never had the chance to do so. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Time waits for no man. Let's go quickly. Even as they saw Zhou Haoxing, they also saw the other bigwigs of the anti-Xin coalition. Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the North Sea Divine Sword Gu Hong of the early Immortal Bridge stage, Chief of Copperman Island, the three-headed dragon elephant Gong Sun Wu of the late Seeing Divinity stage, and Chief of the Radiant Light sect, the light dazzling Nine Heavens Luo Zhuan of the late Seeing Divinity stage. Apart from them, the other peak experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and Copperman Island were all gathered here as well. Besides these four powers, there were also the leaders of the other sects or solitary practitioners who had joined the anti-Xin coalition. While most of them were appraising Yin Zhaoge, the gazes of those of the Radiant Light sect appeared rather domineering. This was also the first time they were seeing Yin Zhaoge in person. That youth whose cultivation base was limited, yet had caused the entire Radiant Light sect to be incomparably vexed. To be continued. Chapter 698. This was also Yin Zhaoge's first time seeing the higher echelon bigwigs of the Radiant Light sect, led by Luo Ziyuan, at such a close distance. Surrounded by a group of Seeing Divinity martial saints. Just their gazes alone were like a furnace. Yin Zhaoge smiled, not minding it at all. Under the current circumstances, it would be impossible for those of the Radiant Light sect to tear him to shreds, even if they wanted to. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Gu Hong, stood in the middle of the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Wherever his gaze passed, it was like a tangible sword edge, cutting off the gazes of all those who held enmity towards Yin Zhaoge. Luo Xuan turned his head and met Gu Hong's eyes. Gu Hong's gaze did not retreat in the slightest. He may be related to the Grand Xian dynasty. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he was able to flee from the hands of two experts of the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Luo Xuan said mildly. One of them is even a formations grandmaster. As the chief of the Radiant Light sect, he was dressed entirely in black, as opposed to the other white-clothed Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Protected by the other black-clothed Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners, the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, was garbed in white. The two factions stood facing each other, looking somewhat like the yin-yang fish of the Taiji diagram. Zhou Haoxing stroked his beard, smiling. Don't forget who it was that broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Was it from your Radiant Light sect? The faces of those of the Radiant Light sect were rather gloomy as they grew even more irritated. Luo Ziyuan's expression did not change. This old man feels deeply sorry for Yushuan's mistake and has already apologized to Pavilion Master Gu. However, this does not contradict what we are discussing now. Gu Hong, Zhou Haoxing, and the others raised their eyebrows slightly. A longtime elder of the Dim Darkness sect asked, Chief Luo, could it be that the Grand Xian dynasty broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation themselves in order to gain our trust through this little friend Yin, thereby playing a greater role in luring us into greater danger? What kind of danger can compare to the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation destroying the grinding Hut region's sword domain? That Dim Darkness sect elder snorted. The worst-case scenario would be us having to fight the Grand Xian dynasty to the death without any geographical advantage. An old man beside Luo Xuan said slowly, These are two separate matters. While this Yanzhaoga may have indeed foiled the Grand Xian dynasty's plans earlier, this does not mean that they will not join forces in the future. It is very likely that this person was captured alive by the Grand Xian dynasty. In order to survive, he is now obeying the orders of the Grand Xian dynasty, returning to scam us to atone for his crimes. Another Radiant Light sect elder beside him said coldly, With the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation having been broken, the Grand Xian dynasty should indeed hate him to the core. However, it is not necessarily that the other side does not have people who have great foresight. Instead of focusing on their past losses, they are instead planning for the future, making use of the favorable conditions that this child may have gained our trust in order to scheme further. This person stared at Yin Zhaoga with a hawk-like gaze. Check him first, see if there are any restrictions or mechanisms on his body. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga smiled. You mean that I can only be considered innocent if I died at the hands of the Grand Xian dynasty back then? That Radiant Light sect elder's expression was cold and indifferent. You can also try and see if you can escape from the hands of two 5th-level martial saints of our sect, proving that my deduction was wrong. Everyone fell silent for a time. In all fairness, this was the doubt within everyone's hearts, including those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect. Yin Zhaoga, having been able to escape alive from the combined attacks of Madame Kong and Qi Wei, left everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. While they knew that Yin Zhaoga was a heaven-defying genius with a powerful cultivation base, the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. Those of the Radiant Light sect similarly suspected that even with the extreme Yang seal, this should not have been the case unless Yin Zhaoga was able to wield the power of the extreme Yang seal for a long period of time or unleash its complete power. However, with Yin Zhaoga's current cultivation base, that should also be impossible. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoga, who they had originally thought to be dead, suddenly appeared before them alive and well, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Wu Zixio frowned. Little friend, Yin has something important to report in coming here this time. It cannot be delayed. The other party countered, If we do not verify whether he is a spy of the Grand Xian dynasty, who knows if his information is true or not, whether it is a trap of the Grand Xian dynasty. With the Grand Xian dynasty acting so strangely now, isn't it suspicious that he just so happens to appear at this time? Yin Zhaoga chuckled. Could a descendant of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage have set up a trap together with the Grand Xian dynasty? luring you into a trap? Everyone's breathing halted. Chief Gongsun Wu of Copperman Island raised his brows. Do not speak nonsense. This matter cannot be joked about. Everyone felt the same way. Hearing Yin Zhaoga's words earlier, they could only feel as though their hearts had skipped a beat. Of course, this could not be joked about. If the Southeastern Exalts supported the Grand Xian dynasty like this, they would be completely powerless to resist at all. There would also be no need for them to join forces now, as they might as well just disperse and return to their own territories. Even if it was just the personal thoughts of a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, everyone had to carefully weigh the severity of this. Speaking of which, if Golden Court Mountain really had such thoughts, there would be no need for them to set up a trap. They could just directly sweep through with their strength. While the bigwigs did not assume any heirs, just them standing there virtually caused everyone else to feel suffocated. Still, Yin Zhaoga continued talking casually. Doesn't it sound like a ridiculous joke? This already proves that it is completely impossible. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across Luo Ziyuan and the others. Don't worry about how I survive for now. What is more important is to first think about how to deal with the upcoming situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Due to having angered the Southeastern Exalt, the Grand Xian dynasty will be withdrawing on all fronts and acting in a low-profile manner, also sending someone to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt to explain the situation. Before this matter comes to a conclusion, the Grand Xian dynasty will have to be a cowardly tortoise for a period of time. Yin Zhaoga smiled leisurely. Everyone feels that the Grand Xian dynasty's current actions are strange. This is the reason. The venue fell silent once more, silent as it had never been before. The next moment, while no one spoke, everyone's private conversations erupted mightily. True essence roiled as sound transmissions were transmitted to one another, joining together into one. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion asked in a heavy tone, "What exactly is going on? Why would the Grand Xian dynasty anger the Southeastern Exalt?" Wu Zixio had already reported this to Zhou Haoxing via sound transmission. After hearing it, Zhou Haoxing was also incomparably bemused as he looked at Yin Zhaoga with a probing gaze. Wu Zixio glanced at him. Zhou Haoxing pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "It's like this." Wu Zixio broke the apparent silence, beginning to narrate how Yin Zhaoga had come to look for him. After hearing his words, everyone felt a chill within their hearts as they stared at Yin Zhaoga. In that case, Yin Zhaoga smiled, nodding. "Right, I have let everyone see a joke. Strictly speaking, this matter was also caused by this Yin." Chapter 699. Everyone's gazes fell on Yin Zhaoga. Surveying their surroundings, Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly, as Ahu was following behind him handed over a shadow shrinking pouch. After the shadow shrinking pouch was opened, a corpse appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely the old man of the Shunling Nine Swords who had carried the Bearing Heaven ceremonial incense and other treasures in a low-profile manner. He was a martial saint. Although he had been dead for a long time and his chi and blood had deteriorated, his body had not rotted. Apart from the slight greenish hue of his skin, there wasn't much difference from when he was alive. After seeing the old man's face clearly, some of the people present narrowed their eyes slightly. "Liao Zheng, one of the Shunling Nine Swords," Yin Zhaoga said, "through a fortuitous coincidence, I discovered this person and killed him, unexpectedly obtaining the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, earth ocean lung crystals, prime chaos oil, and other treasures that he was carrying. These treasures are all used to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation. This Yin just happened to recognize them, and thus saw through their hidden scheme." The corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth arched lightly. "Afterwards, when I encountered the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt, I mentioned it in passing. The surrounding people looked at the corpse in front of them and fell silent. Copperman Island's Chief Gongsun Wu swiveled his head to look at a longtime elder of Copperman Island beside him, asking via sound transmission, "I heard that this Yin Zhaoga possesses a heaven-spying orb?" The other party replied, "Correct. Gong Sunwoo nodded imperceptibly and exchanged glances with Gu Hong, Zhou Haoxing, Luo Zuan, and the others. The leaders of the other families also fell silent. Luo Zuan's gaze remained focused on Yin Zhaoge, his gaze growing deeper and deeper. Yin Zhaoge smiled inwardly. The earlier conversation between Luo Zuan, Gu Hong, and the others had revealed that they already knew about the matter of Nong Yuxuan stealing the credit back then. From the looks of it, in the great battles of the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region earlier, Qi Wei and Madame Kong had indeed primarily targeted him. Yin Zhaoge, ignoring Zhang Chao, Elder Qi, Yu Baoqi, and the others. Back then, the people of the various sects and clans had all survived. The Radiant Light sect had not been able to suppress the news, and it was no longer a secret who had broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation. Hearing the reports of Elder Qi and the others, bigwigs like Gu Hong all knew that Yin Zhaoge possessed a heaven-spying orb. Therefore, even those of the Radiant Light sect would not waste their breath questioning Yin Zhaoge now. Actually, however, Yin Zhaoge had not used the heaven-spying orb to record the scene in the valley where he had previously set up the heaven-bearing FEK formation. Firstly, Kong Ping was strong, and his methods were strange and tyrannical. Under the detection of his aura, he released his quintessential essence and could block the heaven-spying pearls prying. Secondly, in order to guard against Kong Ping, Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang, and the others had activated the defensive restrictions of the Riding Wind Heavenly Vessel to the maximum. The heaven-spying pearl was unable to record anything under the dense multicolored light. Kong Ping would be able to detect a single bead if it was placed outside, and he could directly shatter it through the air. It was just that Yin Zhaoge naturally wouldn't explain this to Gong Sunwoo and the others. However the other side want to guess, he could just let them guess. This was even more beneficial to Yin Zhaoge. Anyway, Zheng Ming and the others were still in the Royal Reed Sea. It was not like Yin Zhaoge had no way of verifying it. Gu Hong was silent for a moment before he solemnly cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoge. Speaking of this, my North Sea Sword Pavilion has to owe little friend Yin a favor regarding the matter of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation back then. Now, little friend, Yin has even discovered a secret of the Grand Qian dynasty, causing the Southeastern Exalt's lineage to make a move and deal a great blow to the Grand Qian dynasty's arrogance. This Gu first thanks you here. Before this, the overall course of the battle had unquestionably been that the Grand Qian dynasty was stronger, holding the upper hand as they held the initiative. The anti-Qin coalition had only been forced to deal with their moves as they came. The Grand Qian dynasty had switched targets and attacked the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, inevitably placing the anti-Qin coalition in a tough spot. Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others could only just barely manage to deal with it. It should be said that if there were no major unforeseen circumstances, their goal would just be to minimize their losses as much as possible. They would most likely suffer a loss. It was just that how great of a loss they would suffer at the end would be. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge had brought a major surprise to them and the Grand Qian dynasty. Not just that, due to the intervention of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, the entire battle situation in the Royal Reed Sea had been completely reversed. The anti-Qin coalition had virtually won without a fight, the Grand Qian dynasty virtually losing without a fight. This even caused Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others to feel rather lost as well as defeated. The one who had caused all this was precisely this youth who had stepped into the martial saint realm not long ago. The Radiant Light sect felt especially awkward. If the Grand Qian dynasty had not retreated, the final outcome would most likely have been their headquarters being broken through by the Grand Qian dynasty. The gazes with which Luo Ziyuan and the others were currently looking at Yin Zhaoge definitely could not be called friendly at all. They would not think that Yin Zhaoge was trying to befriend them and mend their relationship. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, let alone the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect, even those of Copperman Island were currently looking at Yin Zhaoge with admiration. Luo Ziyuan and the other experts of the Radiant Light sect all vaguely felt a sense of danger arise within their hearts. The chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, now sighed. Little friend Yin is truly extraordinary in turning the tides. It is just a pity that we were still a step too late at the end of the day when we received the news. Our earlier hesitation caused us to lose the chance to pursue the Grand Qian dynasty. It is already too late for us to do so now. Yin Zhaoge instead smiled. Perhaps there is still a chance. Hearing his words, everyone's gazes simultaneously fell on Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said, "Just now, when I saw the Grand Qian dynasty launch their attack and retreat from afar, I discovered a problem. From what I know of the peak experts of the Grand Qian dynasty who attacked the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect before attacking the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, there are roughly 3 of them. 2 of the Shunling 9 swords are early immortal bridge martial saints. One of them even possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the Cloud Circulating Heavenly Light Sword. The other is the current ruler of the Grand Qian dynasty, King Xuanmu. While he himself is a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he also possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Qian Spear." Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. There seemed to only be 2 of them who attacked just now. It would still be fine if the one who was missing was holding the fort from the shadows. But if not, having already left earlier, where could he have gone? Before his words had landed, a shocking light erupted from the eyes of Gu Hong, Luo Zuan, Zhou Haoxing, Gongsun Wu, and the others. Zhou Haoxing said slowly, "If the Southeastern Exalt's lineage had not discovered the heaven-bearing Fekate formation, what would the Grand Qian dynasty do when facing us normally?" Gu Hong said, "There will definitely be an end to our constant tug-of-war. While it would be hard for the Radiant Light sect, if we pursued them to a certain point, there would still be a time when we would have to stop and return to the Grinding Hut region. Otherwise, our losses would only be greater. Being weaker than them, it would be a comparatively better result for us to retain our people while losing our territory." Luo Ziyuan was silent. Glancing at him, Gongsun Wu also said, "However, the Grand Qian dynasty might not be willing to do so. Their goal is still to defeat or even destroy our main force in a single stroke." Zhou Haoxing said slowly, "The other side has an immortal bridge martial saint. It is very likely that they will attempt to circle behind us, cutting off our path of retreat." Chapter 700. After Zhou Haoxing had finished speaking, the scene instantly fell silent once more. While they still could not confirm whether this was the truth, just thinking of this possibility caused a chill to run down their backs. Currently, they were already some distance away from the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. If they were caught in a pincer attack, whether it was the Radiant Light sect or the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the Grinding Hut region, it would be extremely difficult. Those who had caught up to them would not have to fight them to the death. They just had to stop them for a short period of time or slow down their advance, and the main force of the Grand Qian dynasty would very quickly counterattack. At that time, the anti-Qin coalition would be surrounded by the Grand Qian dynasty. Their original intention of avoiding a battle with the stronger Grand Qian dynasty in a neutral location would be hard to preserve, as they could only bring forward the final battle. This way, the anti-Qin coalition would inevitably be in dire straits. Someone coughed dryly. "We have also been trying to prevent such a thing from happening, constantly maintaining our path of retreat, as well as monitoring the movements of the Grand Qian dynasty experts. If an immortal bridge martial saint suddenly left their main force, we should not have been unable to detect it." Someone beside him immediately sighed, but everyone saw just now that there were indeed only 2 peak experts of the Grand Qian dynasty. Also, we did not see the high-grade sacred artifact, the Cloud Circulating Heavenly Light Sword. That person from earlier muttered, "They might just be holding the line, not having made a move." After all, their goal was actually to retreat, shaking us off and preventing us from continuing to pursue them. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Anyway, we will not be able to catch up to the main force of the Grand Qian dynasty now. Why not try another possibility? As for where that person might be, I believe that everyone here has a general idea of it." Gu Hong said, "If the original plan was indeed to intercept us, their route would be rather fixed, probably just those few." His gaze swept across Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haoxing, and Gongsun Wu. I intend to make a trip there. What do the three of you think?" Zhou Haoxing stroked his beard, smiling. This old man intends to make a trip there as well. While the Grand Qian dynasty has angered the southeastern exalt, this matter has great implications. It is still hard to say what the southeastern exalt will decide on. If the Grand Qian dynasty is still able to move freely in the Royal Reed Sea, they will definitely make a comeback. Now that they are forced to retreat, we should try to weaken them. Why not? The white-robed old man sighed. They are stronger, after all. If they withdraw and defend, we won't be able to gain too much of an advantage. We won't be able to hurt them. If they really did split up their forces, now is the best time to defeat them one by one. Qi Wei and Madame Kong had definitely reported this directly to the main force of the Grand Qian dynasty. Still, they might not have known that the Grand Qian dynasty was planning to split their forces before this. Thus, when King Xuanmu and the others received the news and made the decision to retreat, they still had to inform the troops who had circled to the rear. Under such circumstances, even if King Xuanmu and the others waited for a period of time before attacking the anti-Qin coalition, they might not be able to guarantee that the other army would retreat at the same time. After all, they also had to guard against Yan Zhaoge leaking news to the anti-Qin coalition. They could not wait for too long. Gongsun Wu slowly nodded. Such a good opportunity, and from the looks of it, it might be the last. If we miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult for us to have such a good situation again. After a moment of silence, Luo Zhuan said, "I agree." Gu Hong nodded. "Since that is so, there is no time to lose. I will set off first with Chief Luo, Chief Zhou, and Island Chief Gongsun. Everyone else, pack your things and retreat stably to the grinding hut region first. Be careful along the way, just in case." He looked at Yan Zhaoge. "I will slowly catch up with little friend Yin later. If little friend Yin is free, you are welcome to be a guest at my North Seashore Pavilion." Yan Zhaoge smiled. Pavilion Lord Gu is polite. Having made up their minds, Gu Hong and the others immediately moved, directly transforming into 4 long streaks of light as they sped towards the northern horizon. Everyone else followed the orders of Gu Hong and the other bigwigs as they set off in an orderly manner. Comparatively speaking, Wu Zixio and the others felt a greater headache over how to explain things to their own people. When the other anti-Qian martial practitioners received the news, it was no surprise that they were all rendered dazed. They had still been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, being threatened by the Grand Qian dynasty at any time, the powerful momentum of the enemy like dark clouds looming over their heads, causing them to feel suffocated. While they were rescuing the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, they might still have to helplessly give up at the end of the day. While it sounded a little depressing, losing less was winning. This was the consensus of most people. However, the next moment, news suddenly spread that the Grand Qian dynasty had retreated. We had won. How could the crowd not be shocked? We didn't do anything at all. How did the other party lose? Faced with the bewilderment of his fellow sect members, the venerated elders of the various sects who had given the order could only smile bitterly in their hearts. We didn't make a move, but someone else did. Still, they could only straighten their expressions as they explained in a heavy manner. The Grand Qian dynasty's unjust deeds are bound to bring about their own destruction. Ever since they arrived in the Royal Reed Sea over 100 years ago, they have harbored unfathomable motives, harboring unspeakable secrets. Now that this matter has been exposed and the southeastern exalt has been enraged, the Grand Qian dynasty would naturally not dare to act impudently. In order to avoid further enraging the southeastern exalt, they can only temporarily settle down a little. We can't let our guard down either. After all, the overall situation is still uncertain. Anything is possible. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Someone pressed for details, and there was a name that could not be avoided. Yan Zhaoge. Some people were familiar with this name, while others were unfamiliar with it. Previously, in order to join forces to resist the Grand Qian dynasty and maintain internal stability, the matter of Yan Zhaoge breaking the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation and Nong Yushuan stealing credit had only been spread amongst a limited number of people amongst the higher echelons of the anti-Qin coalition. with most people not knowing about it. Therefore, the rumors regarding Yin Zhaoge mostly remained at the time of the dim sun cold moon ritual, as well as some news that had been spread by the Radiant Light sect earlier on. Some people paid attention to it, while others did not pay too much attention to it. Today, however, Yin Zhaoge's name was destined to spread far and wide in the Royal Reed Sea, becoming renowned beneath the heavens. Whether it was a good or bad impression, no one would ever doubt who Yin Zhaoge was again. The Royal Reed Sea, which had already been surging with winds and clouds in the first place, was now even more turbulent because of Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge himself watched all this quietly. After conversing with a few longtime elders of the North Sea Sword Pavilion for a while, Yin Zhaoge turned to look for the first seat elder of the Dim Darkness sect's Primordial Darkness Hall, Wu Zixio. The two were already familiar with one another. Wu Zixio smiled, asking, "Is there anything special, little friend Yin?" Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding. This Yin unintentionally obtained a treasure. Perhaps I can invite a senior expert of your sect to examine it together. I will be waiting at the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the Grinding Hut region. Please tell your sect's chief Zhou that we should meet when we are free. Chapter 701. Yin Zhaoge had long been renowned in the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region where the North Sea Sword Pavilion was located. The Grand Qian dynasty had wanted to destroy the sword domain with the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation earlier. However, their plans had been foiled by Yin Zhaoge, with Yin Zhaoge himself having yet to even set foot here. Now that the Grand Qian dynasty had retreated, Yin Zhaoge was able to come to this place as an esteemed guest. Even if the sword chi was not activated, when one entered the boundary of the Grinding Hut continent, they would be able to feel the dense sword chi attacking them from all directions. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more obvious the feeling would be. Yin Zhaoge observed his surroundings rather interestedly. The sword chi was formless and soundless, yet it seemed all-pervasive, omnipresent. Such a foundation can also be considered rare. Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. When the disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were placed in such an environment, they were like sharp swords that were receiving countless whetstones at all times, being polished in all aspects, all day long. Perhaps it was just a very small action, but over the years, after a long period of accumulation, it would be an extremely considerable amount of wealth. While living and cultivating here, one's mind had to be constantly vigilant and sharpened. It was not without reason that the average quality of the disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was publicly acknowledged to be the highest amongst the various powers of the entire Royal Reed Sea, with there being very few good-for-nothings amongst them. Walking beside Yin Zhaoge, Yu Baoqi led the way for him. "Young Master Yin, this way please." Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded, following along with Feng Yunsheng and Ahu. Along the way, there were quite a few North Sea Sword Pavilion disciples who were curiously paying their respects to Yin Zhaoge with their gazes. Other than that, descendants of some other sects could also be seen gathered here. There were those of the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, Copperman Island, and other martial practitioners of the Royal Reed Sea who were dissatisfied with the Grand Qian dynasty's rule and had joined the anti-Qin camp. Everyone was either openly observing Yin Zhaoge or stealthily observing him. The Grand Qian dynasty retreated because of this person? It's hard to imagine. I heard that it was mainly because the Southeastern Exalt was enraged. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Within this Yin Zhaoge is most likely only playing the role of acting as a go-between. I'm so lucky. That might not be the case. Someone who has already transcended mortality and entered sainthood at such a young age, let alone the Royal Reed Sea. How many people have you seen or heard of throughout the entire world? One does not need to be very strong to act as a go-between. If one is strong enough, it would be like the Southeastern Exalt. Not even having to say anything, just the possibility of him being enraged would be sufficient for the Grand Qian dynasty to cease their actions. Beneath the combined might of two experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, which early merging Avatar Martial Saint would be able to flee, why don't you or your elders give a try? Who knows how he escaped? One or two incidents might be a coincidence, but might not be the case if there are too many. Don't forget that he was the one who broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. The Radiant Light sect's Nong Yuxuan is a person who is fishing for fame and reputation. That's true. The Radiant Light sect has produced such dregs. Killing material of the dim darkness sect. You are courting death. Come on, come on. You think I'm afraid of you? You dare to do it, but I dare not say it? With the Grand Xian dynasty retreating, the pressure on everyone's hearts was lifted as some of the past conflicts also began to surface. Their discussions were mostly private, but even if Yin Zhaoge couldn't hear the specifics, he could still roughly guess what they were thinking. He didn't care much about it. The standoff between the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, the scene of them almost coming to blows, left Yin Zhaoge feeling more interested. Watching the scene as well, Ahu suddenly sent over via sound transmission, "Young master, there's something." Swiveling his head to look at him, Yin Zhaoge saw that the tall man's face did not have its usual lazy, slippery look, as it was instead extremely solemn. "Young master, the Grand Xian dynasty has laid low. As long as the Radiant Light sect and the other powers do not provoke them, they will maintain a low profile, not attacking the Radiant Light sect. This way, the pressure that the Grand Xian dynasty is exerting on the Radiant Light sect will temporarily cease to exist." Ahu said earnestly, "With the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect supporting us now, the Radiant Light sect will not be able to do anything to us." However, a dark look flashed across his face. Will they just concentrate their forces and descend into the Eight Extremities world to deal with Family Head and Broad Creed Mountain? All along, the Radiant Light sect had mainly focused their efforts on the Royal Reed Sea of the world beyond worlds, dealing with the various entanglements with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect. Even if they mobilized manpower to descend into the lower worlds, their numbers would still be limited. Now, however, if the Radiant Light sect hardened their hearts and shifted their focus with their strength and the number of experts they possessed, it would be completely different from how it had been in the past. The simplest example was that seeing divinity martial saints who descended into the Eight Extremities world would all have their cultivation bases suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm. However, the difference between a late seeing divinity martial saint and an early seeing divinity martial saint who had both been suppressed to the peak of the third level of the martial saint realm was very obvious. Both sides would naturally be superior in terms of experience and their grasp of the martial Tao, their strength also differing. Taking a step back, even if they were all the same, if the Radiant Light sect shifted their focus, the number of experts they would be able to send over would still be a shocking figure. Yin Zhaoge nodded. "This is not impossible. After all, I only have ties with the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, not having personally entered his lineage." Ahu's expression was solemn. "Should we ask the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect for help then?" Yin Zhaoge said, "If martial practitioners above the third level of the martial saint realm forcibly descend into the lower worlds, it will be detrimental to themselves. Based on previous favors, we might be able to ask the martial practitioners of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect to temporarily descend into the Eight Extremities world to help us. However, it would be impossible for them to remain here for a long period of time. After experts of the third level of the martial saint realm have descended, it would be hard for them to ascend again. At the very least, it would be very hard for them to return at any time." Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart. "We don't know when the Radiant Light sect will make a move. It is easy to be a thief for 1,000 days, but it is very hard to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If we take the initiative to find trouble with the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect might be very willing. However, this might not be the case for the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island. After all, with the Grand Xian dynasty still present, it is still hard to say what the Southeastern Exalt will decide." Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Ahu shook his head. "Looking at the strength of both sides now, if it is just the Dim Darkness sect alone, I'm afraid." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "That might not be the case." Ahu's spirits rose. "So you already had a plan, young master," Yin Zhaoge said. "In coming to the world beyond worlds this time, we will first resolve the threat of the Radiant Light sect. Still, we will have to guard against the Grand Qian dynasty lurking behind us. I will first sell out the Grand Qian dynasty and get on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, making use of the Southeastern Exalt to suppress the Grand Qian dynasty. Still, the problem of the Radiant Light sect loosening its shackles afterwards will naturally have to be considered early on. I still cannot say for sure whether this method will work now. I will have to meet the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, before I can say for sure. I have already sent him an invitation through Wu Zixu earlier. Chapter 702. Something appeared in Yin Zhaoge's hand, a metallic fragment that was half black, half white. This was a relic of the legendary Dim Radiant sect that he had obtained from Old Man Mo. During the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual, it had once performed a miraculous feat in helping Yin Zhaoge and the others refine the power of reverse sun and moon. Yin Zhaoge, who had already had his suspicions, had also refined a portion of the power of cold sun and dim moon after hearing Feng Yunsheng and Ahu's narration of what had happened back then. Analyzing this object again, he had many different feelings. As Yin Zhaoge's group headed to the headquarters of the North Sea Sword Pavilion on Grinding Hut Island, news gradually came from outside. The Grand Qian dynasty had indeed split their forces earlier, attempting to launch a pincer attack from the front and back. They had sent out a secondary force to circle behind the main force of the anti-Xin coalition, attempting to cut off their path of retreat to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. Afterwards, the Grand Qian dynasty had changed its mind and retreated, contacting this division as well, informing them to retreat as well. However, due to time and geographical location, the movements of this secondary force were ultimately slower than those of the main force of the Grand Qian dynasty. Having received Yin Zhaoge's timely message, Gu Hong, Zhou Haoxing, and the others searched and pursued as they finally caught up to the other party. As expected, it's Gu Zhang who disappeared earlier. He's the number 2 of the Shunling 10 swords. He also has the cloud-rotating Heavenly Light sword with him. Yu Baoqi sighed in admiration. If not for young Master Yin inviting the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt to intervene, the outcome of our anti-Xin forces would have been worrying. With Yin Zhaoge's words, everyone now knew that the descendants of Shun Lingzi's lineage were not the 9 that they had originally thought. Apart from Gu Zhang, Madame Kong, and the rest of the 9, there was also Kong Ping who had yet to make an appearance. At the same time, he was also the strongest expert of Shun Lingzi's lineage. They were both early Immortal Bridge martial saints. While Gu Zhang was Kong Ping's senior apprentice uncle, Kong Ping's strength surpassed Gu Zhang's. Hearing Gu Zhang's name, a figure surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. He had the appearance of a young man, but his gaze was incomparably vicissitude, as if he had experienced countless years. Back then, it was precisely this person who had joined forces with King Xuanmu in breaking through the Dim Darkness sect's main altar. If not for Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion arriving in time, the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, might have perished on the spot. Meanwhile, of the Shunling 10 swords, the other Immortal Bridge martial saint apart from Kong Ping and Gu Zhang, He Dongsheng, was that old man with an ancient appearance but a spirited gaze who had intercepted the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, in the battle of breaching the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect back then. Before this, He Dongsheng and King Xuanmu had presided over the Grand Qian dynasty's main army, concealing the truth of Gu Zhang's departure before joining hands to launch a fierce attack on the anti-Xin coalition. When the anti-Xin coalition had retreated as per usual, He Dongsheng and King Xuanmu had led the other experts of the Grand Qian dynasty in a decisive retreat. It was just that although Gu Zhang's detachment also retreated, they were caught up by Gu Hong and the others. Gu Zhang had the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly lightsaber, so no one in the anti-Xin alliance was a match for him in a neutral field. But this time, the peak experts of the anti-Xin coalition had all gathered together, and even Gu Zhang found it somewhat difficult to deal with them. With the Grand Qian dynasty also unable to provide him with sufficient support, Gu Zhang could only lead his subordinates in retreating as they fought. The final result was that Gu Zhang himself had returned wounded while a large majority of the other Grand Qian dynasty experts under his command had perished. Having pursued to a certain point, seeing that they were nearing the core region controlled by the Grand Qian dynasty, while Gu Hong and the others felt rather regretful, they could only give up. If this were to continue, the Grand Qian dynasty would definitely retaliate. At the end of the day, the Grand Qian dynasty was still stronger, their foundation more solid. However, even so, the anti-Qian coalition had already gained a great advantage by turning defeat into victory. The Dim Darkness sect's Chief Zhou and my sect's pavilion, Lord Gu, will be returning to the Grinding Hut region very soon, Yu Baoqi said. Yin Zhaoga nodded before asking, "What about the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island?" Yu Baoqi answered, "The fellow Taoists of the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island who rushed to reinforce our sect have already begun to leave in recent days." While they had left, the various powers of the anti-Qin coalition would not be making any major movements in the Royal Reed Sea in the near future. As the Grand Qian dynasty maintained a low profile, the anti-Qin coalition would unceasingly devour the Grand Qian dynasty's territory, new waves arising once more. However, there wouldn't be many big movements. Everyone was actually waiting for news and scouting. After the matter over at Golden Court Mountain had been concluded, it could be said that the person who would decide the fate of the Royal Reed Sea was currently outside the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone had once again entered the stage of accumulating their own strength and slowly expanding outwards. Under such circumstances, it was hard to predict what the Radiant Light sect would do. While shifting their focus to attack the Eight Extremities world was a little impulsive, the Radiant Light sect's true target, the Extreme Yang Seal, had been brought to the world beyond worlds by Yin Zhaoga after all. Still, if their target was Yin Di and Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoga would not be surprised. Yin Zhaoga did not wish to be on the defensive. He preferred to take the initiative to attack. After exchanging greetings with Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and having a pleasant conversation, Yin Zhaoga met the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing. "Little friend," Yin mentioned that there is something we should discuss together. "I wonder what it is about." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Haoxing asked. The white-clothed old man smiled, his expression benevolent as he did not appear arrogant at all. Whether it was the Grand Qian dynasty or the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect stood on the same side as Yin Zhaoga. Something unexpected had occurred during the Dim Sun, Cold Moon ritual. The higher echelons of the Dim Darkness sect all suspected that Yin Zhaoga had mysteriously come to their main altar from the flourishing peace region back then. Still, with things having already come to this, all of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing included, had chosen to forget about this problem. He had broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and established a connection with Golden Court Mountain, causing the Grand Qian dynasty to be defeated without a battle. All of this had caused the Dim Darkness sect to want to further strengthen their relationship with Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga smiled. "Chief Zhou is polite. This Yin coincidentally obtained a treasure which I would like to invite you to study together with me. Still, forgive me for being presumptuous, but before this, there are some things that I would like to ask Chief Zhou about." Zhou Haoxing said, "Please speak freely, little friend Yin." Yin Zhaoga considered his words for a moment. "The entire world knows that your sect and the Radiant Light sect originate from the same source, both originating from the Dim Radiant sect that year. It was only when the Dim Radiant sect declined that a split occurred." Zhou Haoxing nodded, not feeling offended. "That's right, it is precisely so." Yin Zhaoga met the white-clothed old man's gaze. This Yin would like to ask about something. Does Chief Zhou know how the Dim Radiant Emperor perished that year and how the Dim Radiant sect declined? The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia was a hegemon figure who had risen to prominence after the Great Calamity, a legend of a generation. He had once been one of the 5 emperors. Only many years after his death had another expert risen to fill the void, causing the name of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to reappear. When Yin Tianxia had reigned, the Dim Radiant sect had once flourished for a time as well, possessing innumerable experts who had rampaged through the entire world beyond worlds. It had not been like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, who were currently trapped in a corner of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. After so many years, the lineage of the Dim Radiant sect had truly declined. Flowers bloomed sometimes, but it was difficult to determine their prosperity and decline. The world was constantly changing, and this was vividly reflected. Zhou Haoxing fell into silence. Yin Zhaoge did not rush him, patiently waiting for Zhou Haoxing to speak. To be continued. Chapter 703. Yin Zhaoge sat across from Zhou Haoxing, who was silent for a long time before asking. Little friend, Yin said that you obtained a treasure. Could it be related to the Emperor and the Sacred Light sect that year? I can't be sure either. Yin Zhaoge said truthfully. This was obtained by this Yin in the past, and the original owner of this treasure was once pursued by the Radiant Light sect. Hearing his words, Zhou Haoxing instantly raised his snowy white brows slightly. Yin Zhaoge continued, after analyzing it myself, I could feel that this treasure should indeed be related to the Dim Radiant Emperor and the Dim Radiant sect that year. Zhou Haoxing was silent once more as Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at him. After a while, Zhou Haoxing said slowly, actually, this old man does not know the truth behind the Emperor's death that year. He paused for a moment before adding, besides the Emperor, the higher echelon of the Sacred Light sect had mostly perished as well. Those who remain are few and far between. Yin Zhaoge frowned. The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia could be said to be one of the peak experts who had appeared after the Great Calamity. His death had affected them greatly. Yet, even those of the Dim Radiant sect themselves actually did not know the truth behind it. Not knowing who their enemy was? Did the three sovereigns act? Or did other figures with the title of Emperor surround and attack him? Yin Zhaoge asked straightforwardly. Zhou Haoxing's voice was much deeper. Our predecessors all had their guesses, but were ultimately unable to grasp the gist of it. There are many things that we are also powerless to investigate. His gaze was distant as the scenes of old legends surfaced within his mind. Back then, the Dim Radiant sect had still been at its peak. The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had led his subordinates in leaving their main altar, rumored to be heading to a foreign land. Everything had seemed very normal. Who knew that he would never return? The bigwigs of the Dim Radiant sect who had remained behind had tried to contact him, yet received no reply. One day, the Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had returned alone to the main altar of the Dim Radiant sect, perishing in meditation on the very same day. Before his death, the disciples of the sect had asked him about it. Yin Tianxia had remained silent, as he had written a strange rune amidst space. After his death, that rune had expanded into a black hole, sucking his corpse in. The structure of the Dim Radiant sect's main altar had collapsed on a large scale, the fragments surrounding the rune and Yin Tianxia's corpse forming a massive mausoleum. In the end, the mausoleum disappeared into the depths of the black hole. The black hole rotated and transformed into a stream of light that shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Words appeared in the empty space, saying disperse. Everyone in the sect was at a loss. Still, they knew that their Dim Radiant sect had met with a great tribulation this time. Henceforth, the Dim Radiant sect, which had been renowned in pre-Great Calamity times and possessed even more shocking power in the post-Great Calamity world, gradually fell into decline. In the process of the Dim Radiant sect's rise to prominence, they had made quite a few enemies as well. Now that they were weak, they had been kicked by many when they were down. Thus, they had grown even weaker. In the end, light and darkness split apart, and a huge monster vanished into thin air. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he asked, invading a foreign dimension, the 9 underworlds? Zhou Haoxing shook his head. I don't know the details either. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. The whereabouts of the Emperor's corpse, as well as any treasures that might have been there, are unknown. Ever since then, there has been a legend amongst us descendants, a legend regarding the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Does Chief Zhou mean that this thing in this Yan's hands is related to the Dim Radiant Mausoleum? That is what this old man thinks. Zhou Haoxing said slowly. After the Emperor perished, he did not leave behind any relics. If I must say, when the mausoleum was constructed that year, some fragments were scattered down. These might be the only treasures that are related to the emperor himself. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, retrieving that metallic fragment that was half black and half white and placing it on the table before slowly pushing it towards Zhou Haoxing. A shocking glow suddenly erupted from Zhou Haoxing's eyes. He did not reach out to take it. Instead, his gaze turned condensed to the point of being tangible as he focused on that metallic fragment. A dim yet condensed, vigorous light flickered slightly within his pupils, growing dimmer and dimmer until it finally transformed into deep, tranquil darkness. A wondrous scene appeared on the metallic fragment. The white half turned incomparably dim, while the black half emitted bright light. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. Experts at Zhou Haoxing's level indeed possessed great power with just a casual movement of their hands. The metallic fragment that was half black and half white shook unceasingly, the surrounding space actually showing signs of collapsing with it as its center. Yin Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing's spirits both rose. From the looks of it, it really is strange. Zhou Haoxing pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, a probing look appearing within his gaze. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, indicating that he could do as he pleased. Zhou Haoxing immediately extended a finger, lightly tapping on that metallic fragment. An unusual luster was instantly refracted from the surface of the metallic fragment. The surrounding space collapsed completely, actually forming a tiny black that from which a terrifying suction force was emitted, vaguely resembling a spatial crevice. Zhou Haoxing stabilized it before retrieving an item from his shadow, shrinking pouch. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was clearly a roof tile. It was completely black in color, not showing any luster at all, as it seemed to contain a profound aura. It was just that this black tile was damaged. Thinking of what Zhou Haoxing had mentioned earlier, Yin Zhaoge knew that this should also be the remnant fragments left behind by the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia when he had constructed the mausoleum after his death. As the metallic fragment met that damaged black tile, the two instantly shook, the surrounding space growing even more unstable. Seeing this, Zhou Haoxing retrieved two more items. There was wood and stone, clearly also similar in nature to the black tile. When gathered together earlier, these items had not reacted at all. Now, however, gathered around that metallic fragment that was half black and half white, they all shook as a profound luster was emitted from them. Zhou Haoxing's brows relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. Yin Zhaoge observed carefully for a moment. This alone still seems insufficient to confirm the location of the dim radiant mausoleum. Zhou Haoxing smiled. We have already seized the initiative greatly, far surpassing those rebels of the Radiant Light sect. Yin Zhaoge smiled as well. This is indeed good news. Streams of light circulated amidst that dark space, seemingly guiding one in the right direction. Zhou Haoxing memorized the changes in space within, as did Yin Zhaoge. Waking, Zhou Haoxing suddenly found himself unable to smile as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. While they were mortal enemies, whether it was the Radiant Light sect or the Dim Darkness sect, they both believed themselves to be the most orthodox descendants of the Dim Radiant sect. The Dim Darkness sect had always believed themselves to be the most logical successor to the items left behind by the Dim Radiant sect that year. There was naturally even less to say about the Dim Radiant mausoleum. The Dim Darkness sect would definitely want to monopolize such an existence. While their current relationship with Yin Zhaoge was not bad, the Dim Darkness sect would be more willing to compensate and thank Yin Zhaoge in other areas, not wishing to share the Dim Radiant mausoleum. The white-clothed old man sighed, suddenly feeling rather troubled. To be continued. Chapter 704. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing's gaze hardened slightly as he seemed to want to say something, yet ultimately did not. A person who had just stepped into the martial saint realm, what right did he have to share the Dim Radiant mausoleum with a massive entity like the Dim Darkness sect? If it was an ordinary person, even if they did not resort to any violent methods at all, the Dim Darkness sect would also have countless methods to exclude them. However, against Yin Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing did not have such confidence. If it was about suppressing others through momentum, first not mentioning that Yin Zhaoge was on good terms with the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt, just the fact that he had previously broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and even caused the Grand Xian dynasty to retreat, the Dim Darkness sect would not be able to make things difficult for him. Yin Zhaoge's enmity with the Radiant Light sect could not be resolved as he was a natural ally of the Dim Darkness sect. Radiant Light sect. Zhou Haoxing's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Before him, Yin Zhaoge had open space alongside him, seeking the path to the dim Radiant Mausoleum. With Zhou Haoxing's understanding of the Radiant Light sect, they should have some clues over there as well. They should have been alerted as well. Although his side had the upper hand, they were not completely confident. If Yin Zhaoge entered, he would be able to draw the attention of the Radiant Light sect to a great extent. This would also be beneficial to the Dim Darkness sect. Glancing at Yin Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing thought, if there really is danger, I might as well help him out. Still, since I am attempting to share in the dim Radiant Mausoleum, I will naturally have to bear the corresponding risk. Having made up his mind, Zhou Haoxing immediately said, my sect will make some preparations before setting off. If little friend Yin is free, why don't we go together? Yin Zhaoge smiled, saying, this Yin is very free recently and can set off at any time. At the same time, the higher echelon experts of the Radiant Light sect were gathered on the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region in the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone's expressions were gloomy. That kid surnamed Yin must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will become a great calamity. Someone said coldly, he has already become a great threat. Even though he has only just attained the Martial Saint realm, having broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and escaped from the hands of 2 experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, how can such methods be measured by ordinary, early merging avatar stage martial practitioners? Who knows if he will suddenly do something unexpected again? Another person said, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect are both protecting him now, and Copperman Island will not help us either. If he does not come to us on his own accord, it would be very hard for us to capture him. That person from before said, if he isn't easy to capture, let's go to the 8 Extremities world and first flatten his broad Creed Mountain, pulling up all those related to him by the roots. For the time being, the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to do much within a short period of time. We might as well flatten the 8 Extremities world first. An old man opposite him frowned. There isn't much value to it. The Extreme Yang Seal has been brought to the world beyond worlds by that kid. There will be no tangible gains from our raising of the 8 Extremities world. The other party said tit for tat. Let's vent our anger first. Our sect adheres to the holy sect's orthodoxy. No matter how much we have declined, when has it ever been the turn of a kid from the lower realm to strut around our heads? First it was Deng's son and the others, and then Yu Xuan and junior apprentice brother Cheng perished as well. Even the losses we suffered at the hands of the Grand Xian dynasty have not been this great. That old man was still about to say something when another longtime elder of the Radiant Light sect beside him suddenly said softly, it might not be that there are no tangible gains. There might even be great gains. Oh, everyone was taken aback. That Radiant Light sect longtime elder said, when this old man was conversing with that Mr. Zhang Chao, who ascended from the 8 Extremities world earlier, I noticed something. In the 8 Extremities world, there is a person known as the Painting Saint Old Man M.O. He is of the same generation as Zhang Chao, just that he is rather mysterious. Even Zhang Chao did not understand this person. Still, according to Zhang Chao, he once coincidentally saw this old man M.O. execute the extinguishing spirit sword Qi. Still, it was only once. This person's martial arts are rather diverse, making it hard for one to see through them. Hearing his words, everyone fell into deep thought. That Radiant Light sect longtime elder continued. Zhang Chao did not recognize this martial art. Still, from his description, this old man is at least 80% certain that it is the extinguishing spirit sword Qi. The faces of the other Radiant Light sect elders sunk. If it is the extinguishing spirit sword Qi, could it be that we have been searching for him all these years? Could it be that he is in the Eight Extremities world? He likely possesses a treasure that is related to the Emperor and the dim, radiant mausoleum. This time, we have truly worn out iron shoes in search of it. Everyone said, "It looks like we will have to make a trip to this Eight Extremities world." Even that old man who had been opposed to this earlier nodded slowly after pondering for a moment. The black-robed Luo Zhan watched all this quietly from his seat of honor. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He suddenly got up, vanishing from the Great Hall. The higher echelon experts of the Radiant Light sect exchanged looks, all feeling rather mystified. Still, a short moment later, Luo Zhan reappeared in the Great Hall, his expression instead turning solemn. Someone is attempting to locate the dim, radiant mausoleum. Luo Zhan said in a heavy tone. The response of the treasure is unprecedentedly strong. The other party is only a step away from finding the path to the dim, radiant mausoleum at most. As soon as these words left his mouth, the great hall instantly fell silent. A radiant light sect elder inhaled deeply. It must be those traitors of the dim darkness sect. There can be no one else but them. Someone felt puzzled. How did they suddenly make such great progress? Exchanging glances, everyone was suddenly shocked. Yin Zhaoge was currently very close to the dim darkness sect. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge also hailed from the Eight Extremities world, being acquainted with Old Man Mo. Coincidence, or? A radiant light sect elder said hesitantly. Luo Zhan now said slowly, I'm afraid that it is not a coincidence. Yushuan once mentioned that during the dim sun, cold moon ritual, that Yin Zhaoge was very unusual. With his cultivation base, he should not have been able to refine the majestic power of reverse sun and moon so easily. From the looks of it now, it was indeed not without reason. It is not just the extreme yang seal. The thing that we have been searching for all these years has also been brought along with him to the world beyond worlds. The expressions of the Radiant Light sect experts were gloomy, then now. Luo Zhan shook his head. The dim radiant mausoleum is even more important to us and the dim darkness sect than the extreme yang seal. Nothing must go wrong. Everyone nodded in unison. That's right. The dim radiant mausoleum is of utmost importance for us, whether or not we can regain our former glory. Not only is it the resting place of the Emperor, many of the dim darkness sect's treasures should be stored there as well. Only by obtaining this legacy will we be able to break through our shackles, no longer having to remain cowardly in a corner of the Royal Reed Sea. It was similarly of great significance to the dim darkness sect as well. As time passed, there was no need for words to be said about the gap between the two sides. Lowering their heads to the dim darkness sect, that sort of humiliation was something that even Yin Zhaoge's wrath was not worth mentioning at all. Luo Ziyuan said, pay close attention to the dim darkness sect's movements from now on, that Yin Zhaoge might make a move as well. Chapter 705. The dim darkness sect's main altar had been broken through by the Grand Xian dynasty, most of its branch altars having been destroyed as well. Zhou Haoxing and most of the dim darkness sect's experts and disciples had temporarily resided in the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island before this. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated, those of the dim darkness sect had all returned to their respective territories, reoccupying them as they began rebuilding. The main altar of the dim darkness sect had been concealed amidst space in the past due to special circumstances. After having been destroyed, it would be hard for it to regain its former appearance. Still, the branch altars in other locations could be rebuilt. Yin Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing, and the others took their leave of Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion before leaving the Grinding Hut region. There was still a single branch altar of the dim darkness sect that had survived. Yin Zhaoge's group first arrived there. After settling down, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners went out to investigate the situation, confirming the movements of the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoxing himself set up his altar, beginning his final preparations. Dim yet heavy radiance resembled the night sky as it expanded within the sky. Enveloping this branch altar, of the dim darkness sect. It seemed to serve the same purpose as a defensive formation. Yin Zhaoge was within, yet could feel that this barrier that resembled the night sky also served the function of isolating sound. Beneath the night sky, the higher echelon experts of the dim darkness sect, with Zhou Haoxing at their head, each held a fragment of the dim radiant mausoleum that had fallen from the construction of the dim radiant mausoleum, activating it with their true essence. Yin Zhaoge placed that metallic fragment that was half black and half white at the center of the group. The metallic fragment that had originally appeared completely ordinary now gradually floated up, hovering in midair. With it as its center, a profound, graceful rune of radiance gradually took form. The light on the rune was bright at times while slow at others, flickering with a unique rhythm. Just by looking at this fragment, one would be able to feel the concept contained within, manifesting the profundities of the intermingling of light and darkness. Yin Zhaoge watched this scene silently as a tiny yet heavy black dot appeared amid space once more. The black hole appeared once more, the surrounding space distorting and shattering. However, beneath that rune, a path vaguely appeared. That path was illusory and formless, as one would not be able to detect its existence with the naked eye. That path was illusory and formless, as one would not be able to see it with their eyes. Zhou Haoxing said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Wu, you and the others maintain the formation and guard the surroundings carefully, preventing the Radiant Light sect or others from launching a sneak attack." A portion of the Dim Darkness sect's elders led by Wu Zixio answered, "Yes, Chief." Zhou Haoxing sucked in a deep breath, bringing along another portion of the Dim Darkness sect elders as he walked toward shattered space. Yin Zhaoge followed suit. Stepping into space, he felt the surrounding chaotic flows of space invading him, yet seemed to be separated by a formless power. In the chaotic void, there was indeed an invisible path. The group continued forward. In the dark space before them, it was difficult to distinguish between north, south, east, west, up, down, left, and right. It was dark and gloomy, without any light. In order to determine the direction to go, he could only follow the path that seemed to not exist. If they did not speak, Yin Zhaoge would not be able to hear anything amidst the darkness of space. An overly quiet environment was actually a kind of torture to a person's mind. In the long run, even a strong-willed person would go crazy. However, Zhou Haoxing and the others had calm expressions on their faces. Instead, they seemed to be at ease. To martial practitioners of the dim darkness sect like them, they could not be any more accustomed to such an environment. Yin Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought as he walked. Extreme darkness breeds all things, extreme darkness giving birth to light, welcoming extreme brightness. This is like the darkness before the light. Feng Yinsheng and Ah who were traveling with him were fine in the Myriad Dragon Palace. Feng Yinsheng said, "The Dim Radiant Emperor and many of the Dim Radiant sect's higher echelon experts never returned. Not only are there old enemies seeking vengeance, there are also others who covet the Dim Radiant sect's treasures who have come knocking, hastening the Dim Radiant sect's decline. Most of the Dim Radiant sect's treasures have been plundered, such that not much remains now. The Dim Darkness sect doesn't even have a high-grade sacred artifact to guard their headquarters, and the Radiant Light sect only has a single sun-moon wheels. However, the location of the legendary Dim Radiant Mausoleum that could possibly contain the Dim Radiant sect's greatest accumulation has always been unknown." Feng Yinsheng raised her brows lightly. There are probably many people who are also keeping an eye on the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. If they cannot find it, their gazes will fall on the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. While a long time had already passed since the Dim Radiant sect had been destroyed, while the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect had not improved for many years already. Still, those who were interested in the Dim Radiant Mausoleum would most likely not relax their surveillance of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. After all, these two sects were the most orthodox legacies of the Dim Radiant sect. From what everyone knew, wanting to find the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, the clues would most likely have to lie with the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. The actions of Zhou Haoxing and the others now seemed to prove this theory. Looking at Zhou Haoxing's back, Yin Zhaoge thought to himself, Zhou Haoxing and the others would definitely understand this principle. While the dim radiant mausoleum is an existence that they yearn for day and night, they should also know that only when the treasures are in their hands can their dreams truly be considered to have come true. They should not have been blinded and lost. If I am not wrong, they should have made special arrangements. Amidst his words, Zhou Haoxing, who stood at the forefront of the group, pressed one hand before his chest, the other pushing out horizontally. A speck of light suddenly lit up amidst the dim space before them. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated. The clues we have should still not be sufficient to confirm the exact location of the dim radiant mausoleum. At this point, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he vaguely guessed what Zhou Haoxing wanted to do. At virtually the same time, the dim space suddenly shook slightly. It was as if a black curtain had suddenly been slashed apart with a saber. Then, a streak of flame appeared, illuminating the dim space as it swept over towards that speck of light which had suddenly erupted amid space. Now, however, space shook on the other side as a massive palm also extended out from amidst the darkness. That palm was incomparably massive, its fingers seemingly able to crush a planet as it raised its hand to block the flames, also grabbing towards its speck of light. Before this flame and palm, even the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, could only wait obediently, not daring to make any rash movements in the least. However, Zhou Haoxing was not nervous, as his gaze was instead deep and indiscernible as he scanned the surroundings attentively. Seeing him like this, Yin Zhaoge relaxed completely. Those people who intend for us to lead the way do not know how far we have progressed in our search for the dim radiant mausoleum. They do not know that we are actually unable to completely confirm the exact location of the dim radiant mausoleum. That speck of light, which had suddenly appeared amidst the darkness earlier, had been something that Zhou Haoxing had done in secret. He had intentionally startled the enemy just now. The flame and the massive hand collided intensely amidst the boundless space, neither giving way to the other as they affected the surrounding area. Suddenly, intense fluctuations suddenly emanated from amidst the seemingly endless darkness. An even more terrifying aura seemed to have been jolted awake from a deep slumber. The next moment, another streak of light that was bright to the extreme erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding space as the fiery light and a massive hand both paled in comparison. To be continued. Chapter 706. That bright radiance was initially just a speck, but it eventually enveloped the entire surrounding space. It was not that the radiance was gradually expanding from far to near, illuminating the darkness. Instead, radiance seemed to even be emanating from the surrounding dark space at this moment. The world of darkness before them instantly transformed into a world of light. Light and darkness had reversed and reversed in this short instant. Yin Zhaoge's gaze lit up. This is the true reaction of the dim radiant mausoleum. Enveloped by bright radiance, it instantly swept through the flames, repelling that massive palm that seemed capable of plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. Now, faint lights circulated amidst space, numerous pillars of green qi suddenly appearing before congregating to form a massive divine tree that connected to the heavens. This divine tree seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth as it descended towards the interior of the radiance. The aura of this divine tree was much more powerful than that of the flames and the massive palm. Yet, it was obstructed by the bright radiance as well, unable to descend. Space suddenly shook like ripples on water as a formless existence was revealed beneath the illumination of the all-encompassing radiance. Before this, no one had discovered this person. When Zhou Haoxing had intentionally alerted the enemy, this person had also refrained from appearing. Now, however, illuminated by the radiance, he finally had nowhere to hide. Since he had already been exposed, this person immediately ceased concealing himself as he approached Yin Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing's group. His figure seemed to completely disregard space as he arrived before Yin Zhaoge and the others without any delay at all. Even illuminated by that bright radiance, only a faint silhouette could be seen as his appearance was still indistinct. Yin Zhaoge's gaze abruptly hardened. The spatial heavenly scripture. Now, the radiance shone even more intensely, shockingly pushing away this person who was attempting to approach. Huh? That person snorted, his aura that had always been indistinct mightily erupting, powerful to the extreme as boundless space shook along with it. However, such a powerful force still met with a wall before that bright radiance, its path obstructed by it. The radiance swept along Yin Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing's group, instantly disappearing into the distance. Space that had been as bright as day a moment ago immediately dimmed, regaining its original state of darkness. A long sigh resounded amid space. The next moment, that massive tree that towered to the heavens vanished, the flames dissipating as well as the massive palm being retracted. As for the transparent figure hidden in the void, it was as if he had never appeared. Amidst the radiance, Yin Zhaoge smiled as he rubbed his palms. The dim radiant emperor lived up to his reputation indeed. Even in death, there were not many who could covet his mausoleum. People of the same level, if there was no special reason, would not disturb Yin Tianxia's peaceful rest. Those whose strength was inferior to Yin Tianxia's when he had been alive would find it very hard to break through the restrictions of the dim, radiant mausoleum. Zhou Haoxing sighed and said, "If not for that, this old man wouldn't have dared to take such a risk." A dim darkness sect elder beside him smiled bitterly. That formless, boundless person concealed amid space should be the Western Exalt, right? The one who wielded the towering divine tree should be the Eastern Exalt. We have offended both of them terribly this time around. The one controlling the flames seems to be one of the peak experts of the southern blazing heaven territory. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. The Western Exalt? He was certain that the martial art the person hiding in the void cultivated was the void heavenly scripture, one of the later heaven's 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scripture. It was ranked alongside the life creation heavenly scripture, the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, and the Yin Yang heavenly scripture. Zhou Haoxing said, "Searching for the emperor's mausoleum in this boundless void is one thing, but those 3 won't really step into the southeastern Yang heaven territory. So, as long as we don't get blocked by them when we leave the mausoleum, we'll be fine." He shook his head. The worrisome one is that person who transformed his true essence into a massive star plucking hand earlier. While that person's cultivation is inferior to the 2 exalts, he is a figure of the southeastern Yang heaven territory. The dim darkness sect elders all smiled bitterly. The star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide was one of the few great experts of the southeastern Yang heaven territory who were inferior only to the southeastern exalt. Yin Zhaoge appraised Zhou Haoxing from the side, a hint of a smile within his gaze. This chief of the dim darkness sect was not someone who was easy to deal with either. He had intentionally alerted the enemy and tricked Guan Lide and the other expert into making a move. From a certain perspective, the 2 of them had once again alerted the enemy when they made their move. What had been alarmed was the true dim, radiant mausoleum. While Yin Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing had found the path to the mausoleum, they were still a little off as they were unable to ascertain its exact location. Knowing that Guan Lide and the others were following them, Zhou Haoxing had tricked them into making a move, making use of this to trigger the defensive restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum, thereby ascertaining its location. Afterwards, they had been guided away by the restrictions of the mausoleum, stealthily evading it. The dim radiant mausoleum retracted its radiance, shifting space as it caused the Western Exalt, Eastern Exalt, and Guan Lide to lose track of it once more. This move had been played rather beautifully, as even Yin Zhaoge could not help but want to applaud him. Of course, the repercussions were extremely severe as they had offended quite a few major figures. Zhou Haoxing's expression was calm as his gaze was resolute. While the Southeastern Exalt did not say it explicitly, it can be seen that he does not wish for outsiders to disturb the Emperor's mausoleum. The star-plucking practitioner's move this time was also done in secret. He might not cause a huge commotion. While there will still be many future troubles, if we do not take this risk, when will we be able to regain the former glory of our dim radiant sect? Moreover, if we gain anything from entering the Emperor's mausoleum this time, and our sect's strength improves greatly, the star-plucking practitioner might not dare to invade lightly. Now that things had come to this, the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners all nodded. Yin Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at this scene, feeling the resolve of succeed or die trying emanating from Zhou Haoxing. He felt that other than to motivate himself, Zhou Haoxing's earlier words were probably meant for him to hear as well. Yin Zhaoge smiled, not saying anything as he just reminded, Chief Zhou, if I am not wrong, the changes in the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum seem to be not just welcoming us in. There are others as well. While it was those of the dim darkness sect who wielded the formation, Yin Zhaoge had always maintained a telepathic connection with that metallic fragment which served as its core. Now, it felt like water had been mixed with impurities as it was no longer clear, yet extremely harmonious. This meant that the other party had not forcibly broken through the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum. Instead, they had also possessed a treasure related to it, making use of this chance to infiltrate it and be guided in by the restrictions of the mausoleum. It was most likely to be someone of the Radiant Light sect who possessed such methods. Zhou Haoxing's face sunk as he nodded slowly. This old man felt it too. It should be someone of the Radiant Light sect. Still, with the current situation, we can directly enter the core region of the mausoleum, leaping past the restrictions on the periphery. Those traitors of the Radiant Light sect will at most be able to reach the periphery. Amidst his words, the radiance gradually faded. Gazing over, the scene before Yin Zhaoge gradually grew clearer as a massive mausoleum appeared within his field of vision. To be continued. Chapter 707. After the radiance had faded, Yin Zhaoge carefully appraised the world before him. The heavens and earth they were currently in was rather strange, with the distant horizon as the boundary between black and white. The great earth beneath their feet flickered with dense radiance, causing one to be unable to clearly see the truth within. The sky above their heads was completely dark. Even if light illuminated the great earth down below, it was still pitch black. Numerous streams of light formed of runes could be seen between the heavens and the earth, resembling numerous chains that connected the darkness above and the radiance below. A dim, unclear aura coiled around those rune chains, coming together to form layer after layer of barriers that resembled numerous thin veils. Yin Zhaoge knew that these were numerous layers of restrictions that protected the dim radiant mausoleum while also preventing outsiders from entering. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a gigantic mausoleum before him, standing there quietly. The restrictive spells around the mausoleum were there to protect it. Due to the treasures they possessed, their group had directly passed through most of the restrictions on the outside, arriving directly in the vicinity of the mausoleum itself. Looking from the outside, the mausoleum of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia resembled a massive altar. Radiance circulated on the surface of the altar, yet it was not bright, as it instead gave off a dim, gloomy feeling. The dim sky and the bright earth seemed to converge and merge, jointly forming this majestic structure. Inscriptions could be seen on the surface of the altar, seemingly condensing the flow of time. Zhou Haoxing and the others simultaneously bowed towards the dim, radiant mausoleum, silently praising it. The voices of these martial saint experts were even trembling slightly as they spoke now, unable to control their emotions. Yin Zhaoge expressed his understanding towards this. The person who was slumbering here was one of the most important figures in the entire history of the dim radiant sect. Sometimes, the words one of could even be removed. Within the dim radiant sect, besides its founder, there was probably no one who could be mentioned in the same breath as the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Whether it was in terms of individual strength or the glory of the dim radiant sect as a whole, Yin Tianxia was unquestionably the #1 figure in history, surpassing all his predecessors. After the Great Calamity, countless Dao legacies had withered. Yet, Under Yin Tianxia's leadership, the dim radiant sect had ascended to unprecedented heights. The more glorious it had been, the more the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who were currently at a low ebb felt reverence towards that era. As Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Ahu entered, they all bowed solemnly toward the mausoleum as well. Entering the mausoleum of the predecessors meant that there was a possibility of obtaining treasures and fortuitous encounters. Zhou Haoxing and the others glanced back at Yin Zhaoge deeply. Yin Zhaoge could tell that they were actually not very happy about people like him who were not of the dim radiant sect's lineage entering the dim radiant mausoleum. Now, seemingly due to the approach of Yin Zhaoge and the others, a sound actually resounded from within the mausoleum. Zhou Haoxing's expression changed slightly as he no longer cared about Yin Zhaoge and the others as he hurriedly swiveled his head to look. Several figures of light appeared on the mausoleum that looked like an altar. These figures of light gradually turned into human figures. Their bodies were half black and half white, and light and dark intersected, giving off a strange feeling. Looking carefully over as well, Yin Zhaoge and the others discovered that these people all had lifeless gazes, their faces expressionless as they seemed completely devoid of life, resembling puppets. However, these strange figures all exuded a vigorous warrior's qi and blood. This meant that they were actually martial artists, but they were like the living dead that had lost their minds. A spirit that guards the tomb? The dim radiant emperor did not allow anyone to be buried alongside him that year. As Yin Zhaoge looked, his expression gradually turned strange. Could it be that someone entered the mausoleum earlier in an attempt to search for treasures, but ended up dying beneath the restrictions of the mausoleum, having been bound and enslaved instead? But still, if they were used to guard the mausoleum, their cultivation bases would really be a little too low. Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing that there were more than 10 figures before him, one of whom was a martial saint while the rest were all martial grandmasters. Normally speaking, such a force could not be considered weak. In the world beyond worlds, they would be able to occupy a territory at the very least. In the lower worlds, they would be hegemons of a region. But what was this place? This was the burial ground of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Although Yin Tianxia had been dead for many years, the restrictions of his mausoleum had still been able to easily keep 2 exalts at bay. If one were to say that these people were guarding the mausoleum for Yin Tianxia, it would really be a cold joke. The problem then was that even 2 exalts had not been able to forcibly barge in. How had these people entered the mausoleum that year? Zhou Haoxing's face was livid as he said, not a word, walking into the mausoleum. The other dim darkness sect experts followed closely behind him. The current situation meant that someone had already beaten them to it. These people who had already been turned into puppets were not important. What was important was that since they had been able to enter this place, it meant that they had most likely been led by an even stronger expert. Those people might not have been refined into puppets, as they might have already entered the depths of the mausoleum and obtained some gains. Looking at the backs of Zhou Haoxing and the others, Yin Zhaoge shrugged. No one knew how long ago those who had beaten them to it had arrived. Perhaps they had already long since left after profiting greatly. It was just that there was no need to say this to provoke Zhou Haoxing and the others. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners were already feeling despondent to the point of erupting. Ahu secretly sent via sound transmission, "Young master, someone beat us to it. It might already have been emptied out. Is there still a need for us to take the risk and enter? Let's go in." Yin Zhaoge led the way and followed them. Gazing at the dim scene of the mausoleum before him, he vaguely felt like there seemed to be something within that was drawing him over. As soon as they neared the mausoleum in the form of an altar, those puppets came over of their own accord. Noticing their stance, Yin Zhaoge instantly frowned slightly. This was because he discovered that these martial practitioners' cultivation bases aside, the martial arts they executed were clearly extremely profound. It was roughly on par with the time-flowing sword of Shun Lingzi's lineage, even being more powerful than the martial arts of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Dim Darkness sect, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Carefully appraising them, Yin Zhaoge saw that the martial arts of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who had been alive actually seemed to be of the direct lineage of the yin-yang heavenly scripture. These people's origins are probably not ordinary. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Looking at these puppets, Zhou Haoxing's face was sunken as he inhaled deeply. Emperor above, please forgive this disciple for his impoliteness. With the difference in their cultivation bases being too great, he casually swept out with a palm. Those puppets instantly all shattered. Zhou Haoxing took the lead, entering the mausoleum. Yin Zhaoge and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners entered as well. Truly stepping within, they did not feel any power obstructing them, also seemingly not triggering any other restrictions of the mausoleum. However, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart. Walking within the mausoleum, dim radiance filled the entire area as the path seemed endless. With lower cultivation bases, Feng Yunsheng and Ah were the first to react. Yin Zhaoge noticed that Ahu's gaze had gradually turned dazed, but he himself felt nothing at all. Meanwhile, the cold sun divine saber behind Feng Yunsheng's back was unsheathed. Feng Yunsheng herself was slightly taken aback as dim blue radiance suddenly lit up within her pupils, resembling two cold suns. To be continued. Chapter 708. Yin Zhaoge's expression changed as he immediately summoned the myriad dragon palace, keeping Ahu within. Feng Yunsheng forcibly sheathed her cold sun divine saber, the dim blue radiance within her eyes vanishing before she too leapt into the myriad dragon palace of her own accord. How did it feel? Yin Zhaoge asked Ahu via sound transmission. Having entered the myriad dragon palace, Ahu seemed to have woken up, his gaze regaining clarity. However, he was still at a loss as to what he had felt earlier. There was no special feeling. It was like I was lost in thought or sleepy, taking a nap. Feng Yunsheng similarly shook her head. There was no obvious special feeling. When I was slightly lost in thought, the cold sun divine saber automatically reacted. Still, there is definitely something wrong. Otherwise, the cold sun divine saber would not have shown such signs of protecting its owner. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, keeping the myriad dragon palace as he appraised the surroundings before him earnestly. There still did not seem to be anything special about the dim mausoleum passageway. However, he looked at it now. It just seemed strange. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners beside him were all martial saints, as they could more or less detect this abnormality. This was especially so for the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, whose expression was even more solemn. Something's not quite right. Everyone, be careful. His true essence was released from the acupoints of his entire body, vaguely forming a layer of black qi, which resembled the descent of night, dim and dim as it isolated the surrounding radiance. They walked for a while longer. Yin Zhaoge focused on observing the surroundings, yet vaguely felt as though his mind had been cast within that dim radiance as well, unable to extricate itself. He was vigilant. The more he observed and guarded against it, the easier it would instead be for him to lose focus. This was actually a kind of mausoleum's restrictions, formlessly injuring one as they would unknowingly fall for it. And the deeper they ventured into the mausoleum, the more powerful this strange mausoleum's restrictions became. Observing that dim radiance, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. Standing within, one will gradually be assimilated by this dim radiance, losing their consciousness as they become muddle-headed. In the end, they will become puppets that are like walking corpses. Those puppets outside all came this way. Yin Zhaoge's gaze began to turn calm, deep and chaotic as it was even more blurry and unclear than this dim radiance before him. Circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge appeared no different on the outside. Yet, his entire person seemed to have transformed into chaos as he was isolated from the assimilation of that dim radiance. As they proceeded forward, more and more dim darkness sect experts began showing signs of falling behind. Luckily, Zhou Haoxing and the other top few big shots were still clear-headed, and Bing was constantly paying attention to their own sect members. Zhou Haoxing sighed as he watched the power of the restriction grow stronger and stronger. With a wave of his hand, a long black banner appeared. As he waved it, streaks of black light sprinkled down like silk ribbons. A great part of the dim radiance within the mausoleum passageway was instantly cut off. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners all regained consciousness, their expressions all rather blank, as they then rejoiced and fearful afterwards. Yin Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at the banner in Zhou Haoxing's hands that resembled a flag, whilst also a spear. The dim darkness sect did not possess a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, it possessed a mid-grade sacred artifact, the soul brocade banner. Its quality was rather outstanding, and it had many wondrous uses. It could also be said to be a supreme treasure which had always been wielded by its chief. The long black banner in front of him must be the soul brocade banner. Looking back at Yin Zhaoge now, Zhou Haoxing could not help but be slightly taken aback as he saw Yin Zhaoge's clear eyes. Aside from the two martial grandmasters, the one with the lowest cultivation base here was Yin Zhaoge of the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Yin Zhaoge's personal strength was shocking as it far surpassed most martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. This was something that everyone had gradually acknowledged now. However, Zhou Haoxing and the others were still taken aback by how relaxed he appeared within the dim radiant mausoleum. This youngster is even more unfathomable than my previous impression of him, Zhou Haoxing thought as he expanded the soul brocade banner. The dim black light enveloped and protected Yin Zhaoge as well. Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, moving along with them. The further in they went, the stronger the assimilating force of the restriction became. Afterwards, even with Zhou Haoxing's cultivation base at the peak of the late-seeing divinity martial saint realm and the mid-grade sacred artifact, the soul brocade banner, they were gradually unable to withstand it. Even Zhou Haoxing felt like he was in a trance. Fortunately, the fragmented treasures that were related to the dim radiant mausoleum that they possessed continued to be of use at this moment. Bolstered by the radiance of the fragmented treasures, a considerable portion of the pressure was lessened as Yin Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing, and the others were able to continue venturing deeper into the mausoleum. When they arrived at the very bottom of the mausoleum, they saw numerous dim streams of light that resembled chains congregating at the center of the mausoleum. A massive stone coffin hovered there. However, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as the lid of that stone coffin had been opened. Gazing into the distance, no corpse could be seen within. Zhou Haoxing and the others stared dazedly at this scene, unable to recover for a long time. Yin Zhaoge felt astonished as well. Could it be that the dim radiant emperor is not dead? Everything that happened that year was just a facade to deceive others? Or perhaps it was like the exalted solar luminary Gauhan, playing a trick of a cicada, shedding its carapace, and replacing it? Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant. No, that stone coffin had been used before, having been opened by someone afterwards. It was not that Yin Tianxia had not used it. The mausoleum was filled with the air of death and gloom. Such a majestic qi of death and extermination meant that an extremely powerful existence had indeed once been buried here. In that case, had the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia revived many years later and left this place? Or had someone opened the coffin and moved away Yin Tianxia's corpse? Whichever possibility it was, everyone's hairs would stand on end as a chill rapidly arose from their tailbones. The expressions of Zhou Haoxing and the others changed unceasingly. While they felt joyful that the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia might still be alive, they were also worried about the mysterious disappearance of their founder's corpse. This was especially so for those people who had entered the mausoleum earlier and turned into puppets. How exactly had they managed to do so had always been a mystery. Under such circumstances, looking at the currently empty stone coffin, one could not help but feel that things were not optimistic. Gazing carefully, everyone saw that there was a lone lamp placed atop the stone coffin. The lamp was half black and half white, but there was a clear distinction between the black and white as there were no impurities in it all. Yet, It was perfectly and flawlessly formed, as though it had been formed by nature without any traces of artificiality at all. The lamp had long since been extinguished. Still, streams of radiance connected the surroundings of the mausoleum. The expression of a dim darkness sect martial practitioner changed as he exclaimed, "Dim radiant lamp." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened. The dim radiant lamp, the legendary treasure of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia that year, a high-grade sacred artifact, had vanished alongside him. All these years, everyone had always guessed that the dim radiant lamp had been buried alongside Yin Tianxia in the dim radiant mausoleum. And having come to explore the dim radiant mausoleum this time, the dim radiant lamp had been their primary target. From the looks of it now, this dim radiant lamp seemed to have been greatly damaged as well. Still, it was clearly still a supreme treasure. This was clearly indisputable. Gazing at the dim radiant lamp, Zhou Haoxing bowed before walking forward, extending his hand towards that ancient lamp that was half black and half white. To be continued. Chapter 709. Seeing Zhou Haoxing's hand extending towards that legendary dim radiant lamp, Yin Zhaoge said, "It's better to be careful." Some of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners guarded their surroundings vigilantly, while others simultaneously gazed at Yin Zhaoge. The meaning contained in their gazes was not subtle. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "We all suspect that someone might have entered before us. The dim radiant emperor's corpse is also nowhere to be seen within his coffin. Whether someone else has entered or the dim radiant emperor has come back to life, the current situation is a little strange. This place is completely empty, yet the dim radiant lamp is still placed there, not having been taken away. Does everyone feel that this is normal?" Yin Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. "We have indeed arrived here a step ahead of the Radiant Light sect. Still, we were also the first to experience the mechanisms and restrictions within the mausoleum. Being the first to arrive is a joyous thing, but being the first to scout the path and set traps for others is not so joyous." The dim darkness sect martial practitioners did not speak, but looks of agreement could be seen on their faces. Zhou Haoxing's expression was calm as he said slowly, "Little friend Yan's worries are not without reason. Still, we do not have much time to quietly observe the situation. There are some risks that must be taken and cannot be avoided." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "I agree with this." Zhou Haoxing turned to look at the dim radiant lamp once more, his hand extended forward. As his palm neared the dim radiant lamp, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he noticed something unusual about Zhou Haoxing's palm. Amidst the darkness, an extremely dazzling light vaguely appeared. The Tao of light born from the extremity of darkness was a righteous martial art of the dim darkness sect. What Yin Zhaoge was concerned about was that there seemed to be something else within that speck of bright light. A figure gradually appeared from within that light. While it seemed to only be the size of a grain of corn, the majestic, powerful aura within caused even Yin Zhaoge to feel shocked. That person seemed to be an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage who was close to Zhou Haoxing's cultivation base. Next, however, Yin Zhaoge felt that while that figure possessed great strength, it lacked some intelligence. They were rather similar to the puppets controlled by the tomb's restrictions that he had encountered earlier. The dim darkness adept, is it? Yin Zhaoge realized. Although it was the first time he had seen it, it must be the famous darkness venerable. This was one of the foundations upon which the dim darkness sect had established itself in the Royal Reed Sea, having been voluntarily refined with a secret art by a senior of the dim darkness sect just as he was about to die. The requirements for a martial artist to refine themselves were extremely strict, and the success rate of refining was shockingly low. However, once the refinement was successful, one could obtain a body that had recovered its vitality. Its strength would be similar to when it was alive, but it would not be able to continue to improve. The dim darkness adept was one of the most important reasons why the dim darkness adept had been able to contend with the radiant light sect even without a high-grade sacred artifact guarding them. At the very least, they had not fallen to a clear disadvantage. Zhou Haoxing's current actions were indeed risky, but he wasn't advancing recklessly. While it looked like he was reaching out to grab the dim radiant lamp, It was actually a dim darkness adept who was actually making a move. This dim darkness venerable was actually equivalent to stepping on a mine for Zhou Haoxing. Still, while it was not Zhou Haoxing who was taking the risk, if they were to lose a dim darkness adept of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm like this, it would still be an extremely great loss to the dim darkness sect. The dim darkness sect's resolve in entering the dim radiant mausoleum this time could be seen clearly. Looking at that solitary lamp that was half black and half white, Yin Zhaoge did not move, nor did he speak any further. This was truly a good thing. Yin Zhaoge felt moved as well, but he still had many doubts within his heart. It was not just that someone might have long since entered the mausoleum chamber and the disappearance of the dim radiant emperor's corpse. Before entering the mausoleum, Yin Zhaoge had vaguely felt as though there seemed to be something here that was drawing him over. Yet, after entering, he had discovered nothing at all. He could be certain that what was drawing him over was not the dim radiant lamp before him. What exactly could it be then? Ignoring the rather wary gazes of the surrounding dim darkness sect martial practitioners, Yin Zhaoge slowly appraised the dim mausoleum chamber around him, pondering slowly. While it was called a mausoleum chamber, its interior was actually extremely vast, as it resembled a great hall. It was just that dim light was everywhere, causing one to lose their sense of distance, as they were somewhat unable to distinguish between near and far. Other than those puppets they had encountered when they had first entered, there were no other guards in the mausoleum. Still, with that dim light that killed formlessly, there was actually no need for other guards. Those lights would transform all intruders into puppets that guarded the mausoleum. Even seeing divinity martial saints and immortal bridge martial saints might not be able to resist them. It was all thanks to this supreme treasure that Yin Zhaoge and the others had been able to enter the mausoleum chamber. Meanwhile, there were also many protective restrictions around the exterior of the mausoleum. Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment, coming to a conclusion. Someone else must have entered this place before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why those puppet-like martial practitioners would appear outside. Swiveling his head, he saw that the dim darkness adept on Zhou Haoxing's palm had not regained its normal size, as it still resembled a grain of corn. However, this dim darkness adept extended its hand, seemingly wanting to grasp the heavens and the earth with its palm as a dim darkness enveloped the dim radiant lamp. Suddenly, the darkness dissipated. A speck of light suddenly lit up. The dim radiant lamp lit up. Bright light instantly enveloped the entire mausoleum chamber. The originally dense dim light within the mausoleum chamber turned bright and dazzling at this moment. If it was just a masterless, damaged high-grade sacred artifact, it might not be able to do anything to Yin Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing, and the others. Now, however, the dim radiant lamp caused the entire dim radiant mausoleum to shake at this moment. The dim darkness adept on Zhou Haoxing's palm suddenly expanded in size, transforming into the figure of a tall old man. Threads of black qi surged unceasingly from this old man's body, yet dissipated unceasingly beneath the illumination of that all-encompassing light. Zhou Haoxing's expression did not change as he roared, pushing out with a palm. That dim darkness adept did the same. As they struck out with their palms, light suddenly appeared amidst the extreme darkness, also bright and dazzling. This light met the light emitted from within the mausoleum chamber, the two seemingly resonating. The other dim darkness sect martial practitioners here all did the same. The radiance was bright and dazzling, pure to the extreme as it repelled all things in the surroundings. If they were different, they would be repelled and destroyed by it, purified and destroyed. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant as he circulated the exquisite techniques of the peerless heavenly scripture once more. The next moment, the radiance that was bright and dazzling to the extreme suddenly vanished. The dim radiant lamp was extinguished. Everyone could only feel darkness before their eyes, as they were unable to see anything at all. The scenes within the mausoleum chamber vanished. The stone coffin vanished. The dim radiant lamp vanished, only darkness remaining. All of them were unable to sense the existences of others at this moment. Beneath the circulation of the peerless heavenly scripture, whether it was light or darkness, all turned formless. This allowed Yin Zhaoge to see that the space he was in was currently changing unceasingly. The originally majestic mausoleum chamber seemed to have suddenly transformed into chaotic flows of space now. Yin Zhaoge and the others were all trying their best to stabilize their figures. Yet they were unable to do so as they were swept towards different spaces. Zhou Haoxing, who was the strongest amongst them, wielded the soul brocade banner as well as the dim darkness adept beside him, still persistently pursued the stone coffin and the dim radiant lamp. Now, Yin Zhaoge felt as though something else was drawing him over once more. To be continued. Chapter 710. This time, Yin Zhaoge felt it even more intensely. After carefully distinguishing himself, he discovered that it was not he who had been attracted, but rather the myriad dragon palace. This caused Yin Zhaoge's heart to jolt. The thing that attracted the myriad dragon palace, space-time turbulence drifted about. In an instant, everyone scattered. Looking back in the direction of the stone coffin and the dim radiant lamp, Yin Zhaoge saw that Zhou Haoxing was still trying hard to approach the dim radiant lamp. However, the mausoleum chamber seemed to have disintegrated, scattering amid space. Even the surrounding dim, radiant mausoleum seemed to have turned into nothingness. Within the dark void, rays of dim light once again appeared. Yin Zhaoge knew that this was because the mausoleum that the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia had built for himself was profound and indiscernible, being able to change between illusory and real. Sometimes it looked like a huge mausoleum made of material, but the entire mausoleum could also turn into an illusory existence. The switch that could switch back and forth between the two was perhaps on that dim radiant lamp. Zhou Haoxing and the dim darkness adept beside him were still trying hard to approach the dim radiant lamp. Yin Zhaoge stabilized his figure, but only saw the space before him changing. He could clearly feel that in different spaces, the flow of time seemed to be different as well, with some fast and some slow. This caused the space-time turbulence in front of him to become even more chaotic, forming a complex feeling of distortion. Yin Zhaoge summoned the myriad dragon palace, drifting amidst the chaotic flows of space as the massive palace suddenly shook intensely. This time, the shaking of the myriad dragon palace was especially intense, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge did not suppress the changes in the myriad dragon palace, as he instead quietly watched on, allowing the myriad dragon palace to move on its own. There seemed to be some sort of existence drawing the myriad dragon palace towards the depths of space step by step. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him. Within the light, streams of light and illusory dust converged. The illusory, ethereal existence began to transform into a tangible form once more, gradually reappearing in the dim, radiant mausoleum. The ground beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet solidified once more, the walls of the mausoleum appearing around him. In front of him was a closed stone door. Turning to look, it was pitch black. Zhou Haoxing and the others could not be seen, nor could the dim radiant lamp be seen. After the transformation of the illusory and the real, the people scattered in different space-times are also in different places in the mausoleum. Yin Zhaoge frowned. Still, this change seems to have affected the space outside the mausoleum as well. It is the protective restrictions of the entire mausoleum being activated. I wonder if it will instead bring those of the radiant light sect in as well. Shaking his head, Yin Zhaoge knew that there was no point in thinking too much about it. He turned his attention back to the stone door before him. After shrinking, the myriad dragon palace stuck close to the stone door, still shuddering unceasingly. At this moment, the sealed stone door began to tremble. Gazing at the stone door, Yin Zhaoge saw numerous patterns surface on its surface, emitting a seven-colored radiance. The seven-colored radiance merged with the dim light in the mausoleum, as if they were indistinguishable from one another. Still, they each contained different concepts. as compared to the omnipresent dim light of the dim radiant mausoleum. Yin Zhaoge was even more familiar with this seven-colored radiance. Seeing this radiance, and then looking at the profound runes on the surface of the stone door, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "It is indeed the remains of the heavenly court's divine palace." This stone door was clearly related to the heavenly court's divine palace beyond the clouds of the nine heavens in pre-Great Calamity times. Yin Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace had been forged from the corpses of numerous dragons. Its original frame had been a low-grade sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers. However, the main beam and pillars at the very core of the palace had all been the remains of the heavenly court's divine palace that year. This sealed door before him was actually in existence similar to the pillars and beams of the divine palace. Carefully comprehending the concept within, Yin Zhaoge reached out and pressed on the surface of the stone door. The scenes before him changed, as if recorded throughout the ages as one figure after another flickered past. The final scene that settled was that of a majestic man garbed in black with a white robe, black hair, and white brows, his eyes tightly shut as he sat in the meditative position within the air. A great amount of debris flew into the air, congregating by his side as they slowly formed a massive structure that resembled a palace whilst also an altar. This is the scene of the dim radiant mausoleum being completed after the death of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. That is, he clearly saw a great door formed of white jade being sealed at the center of the mausoleum alongside Yin Tianxia's corpse. With it, as its core, the other materials had gradually come together to form the massive, majestic mausoleum of today. The scenes before Yin Zhaoge's eyes returned to normal. Looking at that tightly shut stone door, he thought, "That great door of white jade is your original appearance? What is the situation now, then?" Carefully analyzing it, Yin Zhaoge felt that there should be another foreign dimension behind the stone door. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge placed his other hand on the myriad dragon palace. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Pan Pan, and the Northern Ocean clone all leapt out from within the palace. The myriad dragon palace gradually changed its appearance, transforming into a light dragon. The surface of this light dragon shockingly flickered with the same seven-colored radiance as the great door. Controlled by Yin Zhaoge, the light dragon gradually merged within the great door. Time slowly passed. Just as the tightly shut stone door was beginning to loosen somewhat, the mausoleum suddenly shook once more. The dim radiance turned bright and dazzling at once. Yin Zhaoge was shocked. Someone has touched the dim radiant lamp again? The next moment, the radiance vanished completely as boundless darkness enveloped the area. The dim radiant mausoleum turned into space once more, becoming chaotic space. Yin Zhaoge brought Feng Yunsheng and the others along, sticking closely to the stone door. Indeed, there were no changes to the stone door. Circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, the darkness before them was unable to obstruct Yin Zhaoge's vision. Gazing about, he instantly saw a lone lamp still standing atop the open stone coffin in the distance, drifting amidst the chaotic flows of space. Streams of dim light surged amidst the darkness of space once more. Meanwhile, close to the stone coffin, 2 great experts were currently in the midst of an intense battle. One was garbed in white, sweeping along boundless darkness. The other was garbed in black, light emanating from every single movement of his. One was the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, while the other was his sworn enemy, the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan. If it were anyone else, the earlier abnormalities would not have been sufficient for them to pass through the restrictions on the outside and directly enter the mausoleum. However, Luo Ziyuan and the other Radiant Light sect experts also possessed a considerable amount of legacy treasures. In the end, the changes in the mausoleum caused by the dim radiant lamp had instead benefited them. The dim darkness sect's advantage in the lead had been largely erased. Zhou Haoxing's expression was calm. If he had not taken the initiative to plot against the dim radiant lamp, instead just waiting bitterly, he would only have been able to watch as Luo Ziyuan and the others caught up to him. It could only be said that the Radiant Light sect and the dim darkness sect were destined to be entangled in a stalemate. At the very least, with a portion of the dim radiant lamp already having been refined by him now, he was still in the lead. Exchanging glances with Zhou Haoxing, Luo Ziyuan did not reply as he directly made a move. At this moment, there was already no need for any words. Yin Zhaoge gazed into the distance, scanning the surroundings. He saw that the other experts of the dim darkness sect and the radiant light sect were all struggling to break free of the chaotic flows of space, approaching the dim radiant lamp. To be continued. Chapter 711. While Luo Ziyuan and the others had also successfully entered the internal region of the dim radiant mausoleum, the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, was still a half-step ahead. He wielded the soul brocade banner, battling Luo Ziyuan in battle. Meanwhile, that dim darkness adept grasped the dim radiant lamp with one hand, similarly executing a supreme martial art of the dim darkness sect with the other as he faced Luo Ziyuan. Luo Ziyuan's expression was cold as he raised a golden sun and a bright moon with each hand, rising slowly into the air. As the sun and moon alternated, immeasurable radiance illuminated the surrounding area. Where the radiance passed, the dimness dissipated. The sun and moon intersected, light and dark changing illusory as the boundless majestic force of the reversal of extremities was shockingly infused within, resembling the momentum of the heavens and the earth as it swept through everything unstoppably. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. High-grade sacred artifact, sun-moon wheels. The chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, who was a seeing divinity martial saint, was still unable to fully exert the power of a high-grade sacred artifact. Even so, he resembled a divinity at this moment as he resembled the ruler of the heavens and the earth, majestic to the point of being the ruler of the heavens and the earth. Zhou Haoxing could not afford to clash head-on with him as he brandished the soul brocade banner, transforming into a boundless dark abyss that slowed the advance of the sun and moon. The long banner that resembled a flag whilst also a spear expanded amid space, dim and dim. The dim darkness sect's supreme martial art, the thousand darkness lackluster spear, its momentum transforming into a world of no light, which virtually stood independent of space itself. All the radiance that intruded into this world was extinguished into nothingness. The attacks and forms of enemies ceased to exist within this world as well. The world of no light resembled an abyss that devoured all things, a land of eternal darkness that destroyed all life. However, wherever Luo Ziyuan wielded the sun-moon wheels, immeasurable radiance seemed to surpass the tolerable limits of this world of no light. As the radiance of the shining sun and moon was devoured, more surged, the boundaries of space blurring as it circulated. From Yin Zhaoge's perspective, it was like a world of light which unceasingly advanced, pressuring that world of darkness as well. The dim darkness adept grabbed the dim radiant lamp with one hand, the other chopping out with a palm. The half-bright, half-dark radiance formed a saber light that was not dazzling but was very oppressive, wearing down the golden radiance of the sun and moon. Under Zhou Haoxing's control, he sped up the refinement of the dim radiant lamp while attempting to borrow its power to face Luo Ziyuan in battle. Numerous dark patterns appeared on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. There was not the slightest bit of light as they extended unceasingly. The two sides fought intensely. At this time, one could see the majestic momentum of the alternating rising and setting sun and moon. The great sun was as glorious as ever, but the bright moon seemed sluggish as it wavered. The bright moon never seemed to be a full moon. It was often rumored that the moon wheel of the golden wheels of sun and moon had been damaged and had never been repaired. The scene before him seemed to prove this point. It was precisely because of this that even though Luo Ziyuan was pressing on and advancing continuously, Zhou Haoxing was still barely able to hold on with the help of the Tenebrous Paragon. If things continued to drag on, by the time Zhou Haoxing had completely refined the dim radiant lamp, even if the dim radiant lamp was damaged, the situation would immediately change. The other dim darkness sect martial practitioners frenziedly approached where the two clashed. However, the radiant light sect martial practitioners were similarly unwilling to fall behind. As the two sides clashed unceasingly, the black runes on the surface of the dim radiant lamp grew denser and denser. Bright light seemed about to be born amidst the boundless darkness. The dim radiant lamp looked like it was about to be lit once more. Seeing this, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners all felt reassured. However, Yin Zhaoge did not feel optimistic. Even as he hastened the process of opening the sealed stone door, he narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the moon wheel of the sun and moon wheels, feeling that something was wrong the more he looked at it. Just as the dim darkness sect martial practitioners were feeling slightly reassured, Yin Zhaoge suddenly raised his voice. "Be careful of his tricks. The sun and moon wheels might already have recovered." Amidst the chaotic space, those who were situated in different spaces might not be able to hear each other. However, Yin Zhaoge's voice still resounded stably within their ears. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners were all taken aback upon hearing his words. Zhou Haoxing's heart jolted. The originally expressionless chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan, instead suddenly smiled. The radiance of the alternating rising and setting sun and moon suddenly grew even more powerful. The bright moon, which had always been incomplete before now, transformed into a state of perfection, streams of clear radiance scattering outwards. As the sun and moon intersected, their power suddenly rose as some intrinsic changes seemed to have occurred. Zhou Haoxing's pupils dilated intensely. The moon will has really been restored? Luo Zhan simultaneously raised his palms above his head, bringing them together in mid-air before he smiled coldly as he chopped downwards. The radiance of the sun and moon rotated interchangeably, transforming into a terrifying saber which chopped downwards, directly breaking through the dim world formed of Zhou Haoxing's 1,000 lackluster spear. Seeing this, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners were all greatly shocked. The moon wheel, which had not been restored all this time, how has it suddenly recovered completely? The current sun and moon wheels were a perfect, flawless high-grade sacred artifact, no longer having any flaws as it had returned to its peak that year. Even though Luo Ziyuan was unable to fully wield its power, the sharpness of a high-grade sacred artifact was indisputable. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows, his earlier bad premonition coming true. The extreme Yin crown. Having obtained the extreme Yin crown, while the radiant light sect might not be able to use it freely, they had still benefited from it. Luo Ziyuan's sudden increase in strength surpassed Zhou Haoxing's predictions as he was instantly forced into retreat by Luo Ziyuan. Fortunately, with Yin Zhaoge's reminder, he virtually instinctively controlled the dim darkness adept to retreat along with the dim radiant lamp, evading Luo Ziyuan's sudden attack. Luo Ziyuan glanced coldly at Yin Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing, a useless struggle. He waved his palm once more, the immeasurable saber formed of the sun and moon chopping downwards once more. His movement technique was faster than Zhou Haoxing's. As soon as Zhou Haoxing's stable spear technique was broken, it would be hard for him to restrict his speed. As the dim darkness adept barely managed to block it, this great radiant saber of Luo Ziyuan was a feint. The immeasurable radiance of the saber suddenly split into two amid space, transforming into a sun and a moon, one golden and one silver. The golden sunlight dimmed, transforming into a dim black sun, the silver moonlight turning colder as it transformed into a cold blue moon. The two intertwined in mid-air, instantly locking the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp in place. As light and darkness intersected, they actually vaguely resonated with the dim radiant lamp. Luo Ziyuan's figure moved, fast as a flash of light, arriving in front of the tenebrous overlord in an instant, striking out with a palm. The dim darkness adept was only a puppet at the end of the day. While its strength had reached the 6th level of the martial saint realm, it was hard-pressed to stand against an expert like Luo Ziyuan, who was just a half step away from the immortal bridge stage. The first palm clashed head-on, and the darkness overlord was barely able to block it. However, Luo Ziyuan's second move changed, and the tenebrous overlord's reaction speed could not keep up. She was instantly heavily injured by Luo Ziyuan's palm. Zhou Haoxing bellowed angrily as he chased after Luo Ziyuan and attacked him from behind with all his might. However, Luo Ziyuan did not turn around at all. Streams of light surged from his body, transforming into a set of golden armor that was immeasurably bright and engraved with eternity. It was clearly a mid-grade sacred artifact, helping him defend against Zhou Haoxing's attack. To be continued. Chapter 712. Zhou Haoxing's face was livid as he activated the soul brocade banner and attacked Luo Ziyuan with all his might. Boundless darkness covered the void, and the chaotic space-time turbulence seemed to have fallen into darkness at this moment. The radiance and heat had all disappeared, leaving only an extreme chill in the void. It was as if the universe had come to an end, and everything had returned to a cold and deathly stillness. It was also as if the universe was in primordial darkness at the beginning of the world. The next moment, the primordial darkness was destroyed, and the first light bloomed. The dim darkness sect's supreme martial art, primordial darkness extinguishing. This strike of Zhou Haoxing's at full power was aimed at Luo Ziyuan's vital point, helping the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp out of their predicament. However, the golden armor on Luo Ziyuan's body lit up. The mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable radiant armor, forcibly withstood Zhou Haoxing's full-powered attack with the soul brocade banner. As for himself, he did not stop. The sun-moon wheels locked the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp in place before he continued with his third move. Luo Ziyuan's index and middle fingers formed a sword, and he executed the instant radiant sword at lightning speed, tapping towards the forehead of the already injured Tenebrous Adept. If this sword struck, Tenebrous Adept would die immediately. The Tenebrous Paragon barely managed to raise her hand to block Luo Ziyuan's instant radiant sword. Her palm was pierced through by Luo Ziyuan's finger. Zhou Haoxing, on the other hand, used the ghost brocade banner as a spear. The tip of the spear swirled with an indestructible radiance, bombarding the inextinguishable light armor. The boundless radiance was instantly extinguished. The mighty mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable radiant armor, was directly destroyed by Zhou Haoxing and the soul brocade banner's full-power attack. A mid-grade sacred artifact was completely destroyed. However, the inextinguishable light armor had bought Luo Ziyuan sufficient time. The instant light sword transformed into the great light blade, brazenly chopping off the dim darkness adept's arm that was gripping the dim radiant lamp. All the dim darkness sect martial practitioners let out enraged howls, watching helplessly as the dim radiant lamp that was about to be refined by Zhou Haoxing lost its owner once more. The dark runes on the surface of the dim radiant lamp rapidly dissipated like the ebbing tide of the sea. Yin Zhaoge circulated his true essence, all of it connected with the myriad dragon palace and the stone door behind him, as he was unable to divert his attention to other matters. The light dragon form of the myriad dragon palace had already virtually completely merged with the stone door. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy as he focused on the battle. Having paid the price of a mid-grade sacred artifact, the dim darkness sect's half-a-step lead had been overtaken by the radiant light sect. After Zhou Haoxing destroyed the inextinguishable light armor, he immediately attacked again, continuing to attack Luo Ziyuan. However, the golden wheels of sun and moon, which had become idle, once again shone with boundless light, blocking Zhou Haoxing's path. This time, Zhou Haoxing wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's defense so easily. Luo Ziyuan forced back the already heavily injured dim darkness adept with another move before grabbing the dim radiant lamp with one hand. In an instant, the dark runes dispersed, and the radiant runes spread rapidly on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. The holy weapon that the celestial Arch always carried with him. I finally obtained it. Luo Ziyuan faced the sky and let out a long roar. The sun and moon wheels turned back into a golden sun and a silver moon, shining above his head as if they would never be extinguished. Despair and unwillingness appeared within the eyes of Zhou Haoxing and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. He had worked so hard, only to end up benefiting the Radiant Light sect. How could they resist the Radiant Light sect that possessed two high-grade sacred artifacts? The tables had turned, with the offensive and defensive positions of the two sides reversed as the initiative had completely changed hands. Now, the Radiant Light sect was in the lead. Now, Zhou Haoxing and the others had to interfere and prevent Luo Ziyuan from refining the dim radiant lamp. However, with the protection of the sun and moon wheels, the difficulty of this would be much higher than when Luo Ziyuan had won the lamp earlier. Luo Ziyuan was in no rush to act against Zhou Haoxing at all now. He was already firmly in a position of invincibility. He would only need a short moment's time before he would be able to refine the dim radiant lamp. The Radiant Light sect, who held the advantage in strength in the first place, would directly suppress the dim darkness sect martial practitioners here, completely slaughtering Zhou Haoxing and the others without any suspense whatsoever. Zhou Haoxing's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding. Yet, he had to consider a very practical problem. Currently, they virtually had no hope of breaking through the defenses of the sun and moon wheels before Luo Ziyuan refined the dim radiant lamp. With that, they could only watch on as Luo Ziyuan refined the dim radiant lamp. After that, all the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, Zhou Haoxing included, would definitely die a tragic death. Then, should they make use of the time that Luo Ziyuan was still refining the dim radiant lamp to retreat, leaving the dim radiant mausoleum amid space? To the chief of the dim darkness sect, this would undoubtedly be a humiliating choice to the extreme. As he refined the dim radiant lamp, Luo Ziyuan smiled coldly at Zhou Haoxing and the others. Your only choice is to flee now. Perhaps you might still have a way out of this. However, your dim darkness sect's main altar has already been destroyed. There is no place left for you to hide. This sect can find you at any time. Let's see how long you can hide for. Traitors of the dim darkness sect, the day of your destruction has arrived. He gazed at the surroundings, sighing towards the heavens. The relics of the Emperor belong to our sect. The Emperor's mausoleum will be consecrated by our sect in the future. As a direct lineage of the Emperor's lineage, now is the time for heavenly justice. If the Emperor knows of this in the afterlife, he will also be pleased with us descendants, cleaning up the sect for him, slaying you traitors. The faces of Zhou Haoxing and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners were livid, while the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were in high spirits. After so many years of conflict, victory was finally about to be decided today. Looking at the dim radiant lamp in Luo Ziyuan's hands, Yin Zhaoga knit his brows slightly as well. Little thief, it is for the best that you are here as well. Luo Ziyuan's gaze now turned to look at Yin Zhaoga. Icy cold to the extreme. We never had the time to deal with you before, instead allowing you to run amok, repeatedly spoiling the major matters of our sect, even killing many of our martial practitioners. I also have to admit that I have never seen a martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm who could cause such a great disturbance as you. Still, it is still too early for you to want to go against our sect. The reason you have been able to roam free and unfettered until now is not because of your own ability, but because our sect has never truly spent our energy on you. Luo Ziyuan said coldly, from now on, your good luck ends. He tilted his head slightly. Junior apprentice Brother Hua, this matter arose because you valued a youth of the Eight Extremities world. That disciple of yours who has yet to enter our sect has long since died at the hands of this kid. Now, it is up to you to deal with him. A Radiant Light sect elder whose entire body was illuminated by radiance forcibly traversed the chaotic flows of space, walking towards Yin Zhaoga step by step. One of the bigwigs of the Radiant Light sect, the Lord of the Eternal Light Hall, Guosong, was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint. If Huang Jie had come to the world beyond worlds in the past, he would have been destined to become his disciple. Looking at the other party's hawk-like gaze, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This is the third time we've met. When Yin Zhaoge had informed the anti-Xin coalition about the Grand Xian dynasty's retreat earlier, he had met Guo Song during the confrontation with the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Still, only now did he know that he was Huang Jie's master in the world beyond world's Radiant Light sect. Guo Song said lightly, "This is also the last time." He stared at Yin Zhaoge with a gaze that was like that of a hawk's, a youngster even more outstanding than Huang Jie. Huang Jie dying at your hands is not in vain. However, a youngster like you who doesn't know the difference between life and death, dying at this old man's hands is even less in vain. With that, he slammed a palm down towards Yin Zhaoge, immeasurable radiance illuminating the surrounding space. Yin Zhaoge was neither shocked nor afraid as he smiled calmly. "You think too much." With a thought, he retreated. The stone door behind him suddenly opened. To be continued. Chapter 713. The stone door behind Yin Zhaoge opened, the dim radiance enveloping the space before him instantly beginning to condense once more. Luo Xuan, Zhou Haoxing, and the others in the distance, as well as Guo Song, who had just been about to attack him, had all vanished. The dim, radiant mausoleum reappeared, its sturdy floor, walls, and roof appearing before Yin Zhaoge's eyes. However, the next instant, the mausoleum disintegrated once more, transforming into formless dust which suffused and dispersed, transforming into numerous layers of space. "Where do you think you're going?" In the distance, Luo Xuan gripped the dim radiant lamp, his gaze cold. The surface of the dim radiant lamp was densely covered in radiant runes, as it looked like it was about to light up once more. Yin Zhaoge was neither panicked nor flustered as he slapped the stone door forcefully with his palm. Streams of strange qi suddenly spurted out from within the open door. The originally dim radiance amid space instantly dimmed even further, even the dim radiant lamp shaking slightly. The chaotic flows of space vanished once more, the internal structure of the dim radiant mausoleum reappearing. Guo Song mightily struck the wall of the mausoleum with his palm. He frowned as he looked at all this, not knowing where Yin Zhaoge was. Everyone was still within the dim, radiant mausoleum, but in different space-time. After space had transformed into a mausoleum, they had been located in different locations within the mausoleum. A moment ago, they had still been within sight. Now, they were unable to find a path, the complex mausoleum making it hard for them to determine their direction. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners instantly dispersed as well. Only those who had been battling within the same space-time still facing each other. Only Zhou Haoxing and the Dim Darkness adept remained before Luo Xuan. He ignored Zhou Haoxing, instead frowning as he looked at the dim radiant lamp in his hand and the mausoleum that had reappeared. Finally, Luo Xuan's gaze fell on the stone coffin on which the dim radiant lamp was placed. Looking at the empty sarcophagus, his gaze turned solemn. Is the emperor really dead? Where is that great door in the mausoleum? What exactly is behind it? Zhou Haoxing's expression was gloomy, as he too could not make heads or tails of this sudden change. Finally, Luo Xuan retracted his gaze, lowering his eyelids. Radiant runes appeared unceasingly on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. Lustrous runes surged unceasingly on the surface of the mausoleum, rapidly extending. While the threat of Luo Xuan, Guo Song, and the others had been temporarily lifted, the Radiant Luo's group still remained. The threat posed by Luo Xuan, Guo Song, and the others was temporarily removed, but the crisis was still there. Allowing Luo Xuan and the Radiant Light sect to obtain the dim radiant lamp and allow the Radiant Light sect's strength to rise greatly was naturally not something that Yin Zhaoge would be happy to see. Sucking in a deep breath, Yin Zhaoge strode through the open stone door. After passing through the stone door, the dim light that bewitched one's mind vanished. Before him was an empty foreign space, a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Only in the distance could a speck of radiance flickering, resplendent, and pure. Carefully feeling the flow of qi within this foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoge's expression turned solemn a moment later. This foreign dimension seemed to have recreated the primordial changes of the universe. Everything was in primordial darkness until the first light was born. After the first bit of light was born, time seemed to have frozen at this moment, no longer moving and changing. Everything was preserved at the very beginning. The flow of time seemed to have lost its own meaning. It was extremely mysterious. Yin Zhaoge approached that first speck of radiance. However, the dark cosmic void seemed boundless and without boundaries. No matter how long Yin Zhaoge walked, that speck of radiance still seemed to be far away, not approaching in the slightest. That feeling was like he was walking on the spot. Looking at the distant speck of radiance, Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant as he silently circulated the peerless heavenly scripture. Streams of qi that resembled chaos soundlessly suffused Yin Zhaoge's body. Yin Zhaoge advanced once more. This time, the darkness of space finally had a sense of distance once more. Yin Zhaoge could tell with his naked eye that he was gradually getting closer and closer to that speck of radiance. Finally arriving at the center of this foreign dimension, that speck of radiance that he had first seen was still as tiny as a grain of corn. Yin Zhaoge reached out, the surrounding qi that resembled chaos tainting this millet of radiance. The radiance was no longer graceful. However, Yin Zhaoge could already see that amidst that tiny speck of radiance, another world was actually concealed. Enveloped by that radiance, there was an altar. While it seemed tiny, it emanated an extremely majestic feeling. Yin Zhaoge even felt that this altar was even more majestic than the entire dim radiant mausoleum. The problem is, how do I get in? Yin Zhaoge carefully inspected it, unceasingly analyzing it. He extended a finger, his fingertip lightly touching that speck of radiance. The radiance was like a speck, but Yin Zhaoge seemed to be touching an independent heavens and earth. The power of dimensions seemed tangible as it obstructed Yin Zhaoge. This time, however, Yin Zhaoge felt that it was different. The concept contained within that radiance was not just the legacy of the dim radiant sect alone. There was also an aura that Yin Zhaoge felt familiar with mixed within. His expression turned rather strange. Why does this seem a little like the concept of the life creation heavenly scripture? Also, the comprehension and understanding of the scripture seems to be the handiwork of that legendary mother of mine. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge recalled his exchange with his father Yin Di back then as he extended a finger, drawing something in midair. His true essence transformed into a stream of light, leaving a mark in the air as it quickly formed a unique rune. As the rune circulated, a profound concept emanated from within. Some things that resembled secret codes that Yin Di had previously imparted to him were all contained within. In the current situation, while some of these things were useless, others were beginning to show their effects. The rune shrunk, becoming even finer than a speck of dust as it descended towards that altar. The speck of light that resembled a speck of dust finally expanded at this moment, forming an existence that resembled a ball of light. A door soundlessly opened on the surface of the ball of light. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be that the person who had first entered the dim, radiant mausoleum had been Xue Chuqing? How had she managed to enter the dim, radiant mausoleum? Based on her previous cultivation base, even if she had improved rapidly, the chances would still be relatively small unless she had lived in a world where time flowed faster for many years. Or perhaps she had some other special method. Still, there had been no signs of her being related to the dim radiant sect before this. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge entered the world within the ball of light. A majestic altar stood at the center of space, seemingly filling up the surrounding heavens and earth. Bright radiance flickered at the top of the altar as it alternated between bright and dim. Meanwhile, a great amount of things were piled up at the foot of the altar. Sweeping his gaze over them, Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel astonished. Good fella, I've struck it rich this time. Gazing over, all sorts of precious resources and rare treasures were piled up like a mountain beneath the altar. The dim radiant sect had flourished for a time in the past, possessing immense wealth. While the most important dim radiant lamp was not here, just a portion of the dim radiant Emperor In Tianxia's accompanying treasures that had been buried with him was already enough to cause one to sigh in amazement. Still, Yin Zhaoge was more interested in the existence at the top of the altar. And was there anyone else here? To be continued. Chapter 714. The radiance at the top of the altar was bright at times whilst dim at others, forming layers of light mist that obscured one's sensory abilities as Yin Zhaoge was hard-pressed to see through it. Still, his heart suddenly jolted slightly as he felt that there was clearly someone else present amidst the pile of treasures at the foot of the altar. This somewhat surpassed Yin Zhaoge's predictions. After all, from the environment of the dim radiant mausoleum outside, it had already been quite a while since someone had entered. Could it be that that person had remained here all this time, not having left at all? Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw the pile of treasures that resembled a mountain suddenly shake. Even more bright light surged from below, pushing aside the pile of treasures and materials. A blue bottle rose up from the bottom of the treasure mountain, flying into the air. Numerous runes circulated on the surface of the bottle, gradually dissipating. Observing those runes, Yin Zhaoge wondered, it should have originally been used for sealing purposes. Now that the seal has been broken, what is within the bottle? Could it be that there was still a guardian of the treasures slumbering here, and that he would have to fight it in order to obtain the treasures? Some rather nonsensical thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind before he saw the seal on the bottle vanish completely. The bottle landed completely on the ground, a seven-colored streak of light shooting out from its mouth as a figure appeared amidst the rainbow light. Yin Zhaoge blinked, staring at that person and appraising her for a long time. It's not her. Yin Zhaoge could not tell whether he felt dejected or relaxed, but he was certain that he would not be mistaken for Xue Chuqing. Whether it was the impression left behind in the depths of his memories or the images of light that he had obtained from his father Yin Di in the past 2 years, Yin Zhaoge clearly remembered Xue Chuqing's appearance. While this person before him was also a woman, she was someone else entirely. Also, she was dressed as a young girl. Dressed in a white dress, this young girl had a drowsy, sleepy look on her face as if she had not had enough sleep. Seeing Yin Zhaoge standing before her, the white-dressed girl sobered up slightly, her big eyes blinking as she appraised Yin Zhaoge. After observing this girl for a while, Yin Zhaoge suddenly extended a finger, tapping towards her forehead. The girl had a dazed look on her face as she looked at Yin Zhaoge in surprise, somewhat unable to recover. Still, as a martial practitioner, her body moved faster than her mind as she unconsciously dodged backwards. As he dodged, he naturally displayed the martial arts movement technique that he had learned. This finger of Yin Zhaoge's had intentionally slowed down its speed and power, giving her sufficient time to display all that she had learned. With just a single move, Yin Zhaoge was already able to tell that this girl's movement techniques were extremely close to those of his mother's maidservant that year, the jade crane Su Yun of the floating life world. It was also of the same lineage as what his father Yin Di had described of his mother, Xue Chuqing. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, retracting his finger, no longer attacking. The white-robed girl stared blankly at Yin Zhaoge. "Don't be afraid." A smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face, his tone gentle as he prepared to explain and pacify the other party. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, that girl suddenly said, "Young master is so handsome." The other party's reaction caught Yin Zhaoge somewhat unprepared. The girl seemed to have finally woken up from her slumber and regained her vitality. However, she currently had a love-struck and admiring look on her face as she clasped her hands before her chest, staring unblinkingly at Yin Zhaoge with her pair of starry eyes. Handsome features, tall stature, jade tree in the wind, spirited gaze, possessing a sharp, high-spirited sharpness, as well as the steadiness of confidence. There is nothing to pick on in all aspects. Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "I have to admit that your praises make me very happy. Still, is this all you care about?" The white-robed girl nodded forcefully. This maid knows what Miss looks like, and has also seen images of lore before. But if it is you, young master, this maid has only seen images of you when you were young. I have always been looking forward to seeing how young master, who possesses both the strengths of Miss and Lord, will look like when he comes of age. She covered her face with her hands, twisting about. Miss, young master is really so handsome, ah? Xiao Ai is so happy, ah? Yin Zhaoge was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling like he was unable to keep up with this girl's thoughts at all. That, you called yourself Xiao Ai just now, right? Yin Zhaoge dispiritedly stopped the white-robed girl who was still in the midst of reveling in her joy. I did not have any ill intentions when I attacked just now. It was only to probe your martial foundation. From the looks of it now, it seems like everything is clear as well. Yin Zhaoge said, I am surnamed Yin Zhaoge. My father is called Yin Di, and my mother is called Xue Chuqing. Your martial arts are of the same lineage as my mother's, virtually the same in every detail, as it would be hard for others to imitate you. You should have learnt martial arts from her before, right? The white-robed girl Xiao Ai nodded vigorously. Yes, young master. In addition to serving Miss also taught this maid some martial arts. Yin Zhaoge asked, on what basis are you able to ascertain my identity? Is it just based on looks? There are quite a few people who look similar, yet are not related by blood. Xiao Ai answered. In order to treat this maid's injuries, Miss left me within this foreign dimension. This maid recuperated using the turtle breathing technique. When someone entered the foreign dimension using a special technique, if this maid has already recovered from her injuries and is only in a deep slumber, the barrier outside the bottle would automatically awaken this maid. If someone forcibly barged into the foreign dimension with their strength, this maid would not be awakened. Therefore, as soon as this maid awoke, I knew that it was either Miss who had personally returned or Lord or young master who had come. She was all smiles as she looked at Yin Zhaoge. This maid has seen images of Lord before, and young master is also so young. Xiao Ai glanced carefully at Yin Zhaoge again before covering her face and lowering her head once more, her body swaying wildly as she was unable to contain her joy. First grade? No. First grade. Young master must be first grade. Yin Zhaoge momentarily lost his temper towards this love-struck maid as he forced a smile and interrupted her, pondering for a moment before asking, Then my mother, has she already left? Do you know where she went, where she might be now? Xiao Ai shook her head. This maid does not know. She said righteously, in this world, it is easy for Miss to find others, but it is difficult for others to find Mississippi. Yin Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. These words, I feel more and more the same. Xiao Ai's mood turned rather downcast as she sniffled. If not for this maid being injured back then, dragging Miss down, Miss would not have been targeted by others, having to make use of this dim, radiant mausoleum to deal with the pursuers. Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened. Who was pursuing you? Xiao Ai was rather lost. This maid does not know. Miss said that the less this maid knew, the safer it would be. Yin Zhaoge nodded, looking at the altar before him before surveying the surrounding space. Did my mother bring you into the dim, radiant mausoleum? Did anyone help you? Xiao Ai said, There is only this maid and Mississippi. According to Miss, the others have all been turned into puppets by the restrictions of this mausoleum. Yin Zhaoge asked rather interestedly. I remember that my mother should not have anything to do with the dim, radiant sect. This maid also does not really understand. Miss only casually mentioned it, Xiao Ai said. She seemed to say that Mrs. Grandmaster was on very good terms with the dim, radiant emperor in the past. She suddenly thought of something as she tugged at Yin Zhaoge's sleeve, pointing at the top of the altar. Young master, Miss once said that there was something incredible there. Chapter 715. Seeing her innocent expression, Yin Zhaoge did not think much of it as he allowed her to tug on his sleeve. Hearing Xiao Ai's words, Yin Zhaoge gazed in the direction where she was pointing. He saw radiance flickering above the altar, bright at times whilst dim at others. Yin Zhaoge gazed up at the altar, not moving, Xiao AI, do you know that the stone coffin in which the dim radiant emperor is buried is empty? Xiao AI nodded. Got it. She continued, pointing towards the top of the altar. The dim radiant emperor is right there. Yin Zhaoge looked rather quizzically at Xiao AI. Did he not die at all back then? Or did he come back to life? This time, however, Xiao AI shook her head. Miss says that the dim radiant emperor has indeed perished. However, he secretly set up a mechanism when he was alive, activating a ritual after his death. His corpse left the tomb chamber and fell onto the altar, becoming a part of the ritual. Miss didn't explain in detail at that time, so I didn't quite understand. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Oh, like this. Xiao AI explained. When a young lady went to the altar to take a look, she only said that there was still some time before the ritual was completed. She told me not to disturb it. But according to the girl, as long as the radiance on the top of the altar flashes with a fixed rhythm, it is a sign of the completion of the ritual. Xiao AI paused for a moment, then added, Miss said that she also helped to speed up the completion of the ritual. However, it is not convenient for her to stay in the mausoleum for too long, so she arranged for me to rest here. When it is convenient for her in the future, she will come back to wake me up. At this point, the white-clothed girl looked smilingly at Yin Zhaoge, who knew that before this maid could wait for Miss to return, young master would instead return. Yin Zhaoge asked, How long have you been here? Xiao AI was rather at a loss. The flow of time in the dim radiant mausoleum is chaotic. This maid is rather uncertain. Still, it should have been a few years, right? Miss said that I would be able to recover in a year, but I have been sleeping for the next few years. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Oh, it must have been hard on you at such a young age, spending all your prime years sleeping away. Xiao AI shook her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling. How could that be? To be able to sleep in the middle of a pile of treasures. This servant doesn't know how happy I am. She had originally been concentrating on answering Yin Zhaoge seriously. At this point, he could no longer restrain himself. His two eyes looked around at the surrounding hills of treasures, and he was extremely excited. From the looks of it, if not for the fact that she didn't want to lose her manners in front of Yin Zhaoge, she really would have wanted nothing more than to pounce on him. Yin Zhaoge held his forehead. Not only was she infatuated, she was also a little money grubber. Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head, gazing upwards once more at the highest point of the altar as he fell in a deep thought. Xiao AI reluctantly looked away from the mountain of treasures and swallowed her saliva. Young master, should we go up now? Regaining his wits, Yin Zhaoge strode forward. Why not? Xiao AI cheered and quickly followed behind him. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he casually asked, Do you have a famous name? Xiao AI is my name. Xiao AI also answered casually, My parents died early, so I don't know what my original name was. At first, I was called Xiao AI, which means sorrow. Afterwards, after following Lady changed it to Xiao AI, which means love. This servant wants to follow Lady's surname. Lady said that her current name should be Yin Xuechu Qing. Therefore, this servant will be called Yin Xiao AI. At this point, she sneaked a glance at Yin Zhaoge. That, Young master, you and young master won't object, right? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Of course I won't object. My father probably won't mind as well. Xiao AI instantly grinned from ear to ear. Yin Zhaoge finally stepped onto that altar now. The altar mightily shook. The radiance in the sky up above gradually condensed into a figure. That figure stood proudly amid space, a shocking aura surging over. The heavens and earth before them suddenly turned dim at this moment, radiance extinguished. Next, a speck of light suddenly lit up amidst the boundless primordial darkness, bright and pure. That figure that shocked one to the core and almost made one want to prostrate themselves in worship stood amidst light and darkness. His entire person seemed to have been split into two by a formless boundary, one half shining brightly with bright light, while the other merged within the dim darkness, hard to see. Still, looking over, this person's entire body seemed to be covered by a layer of dim radiance, not bright and dazzling as it was all blurry. At first glance, the phenomenon of chaos vaguely seemed to be revealed. While it was only an illusory figure, that shocking aura seemed to cause the entire world to shake. It was not just this foreign dimension behind the stone door. Even the entire dim, radiant mausoleum outside the stone door was shaking as a result, causing the minds of everyone within the mausoleum to waver. Whether their cultivation bases were high or low, the martial practitioners of the Radiant Light sect or the Dim Darkness sect all felt a sense of panic at this moment. On the altar, Yin Zhaoge gazed at that figure. He felt like that figure seemed to be gazing at him as well. That was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure. He wore black clothes and a white robe, his jet black hair flowing down his back as his brows were pure white. His eyes were clearly black and white, pure to the extreme. The whites of his eyes seemed to emit immeasurable radiance, while his black pupils resembled the deep abyss. This person was actually just standing there quietly, not gazing at anyone at all. Still, whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Xiao AI, they both felt as though this person was staring at them. Meanwhile, the others within the dim, radiant mausoleum all vaguely felt as though a pair of eyes had opened amidst the darkness, gazing intently at them. While it was only a silhouette, Yin Zhaoge was still able to accurately identify the other party. The dim, radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. Still, meeting gazes with this silhouette allowed Yin Zhaoge to finally confirm one thing. This expert who had once reigned supreme for a time had truly perished. Otherwise, there was probably no one within the mausoleum who would be able to withstand the might of that gaze of his. It was just like how, when Yin Zhaoge had glanced at Yin Luhua back then, she had been a dead person. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it was unreasonable. While he had already perished, he still emanated immense pressure that shook one's soul. Xiao AI's cultivation base was low as she was naturally unable to bear it. Still, she emitted a muffled groan before suddenly extending a finger, writing and drawing in midair as a massive spirit pattern was drawn a moment later. The spirit pattern expanded unceasingly amidst space, gradually forming a spirit formation. As the spirit formation appeared, the pressure brought about by the silhouette of the dim, radiant emperor in midair instantly lessened. That was not a defensive formation, as its primary use was more for communication. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge and Xiao AI seemed to have merged as one with that altar's radiance, no longer being repelled. Looking at that spirit formation, Yin Zhaoge felt rather taken aback with just a single glance. Oh, what high attainments and formations! This formation should not be something that a martial practitioner of her cultivation base should be able to control. As he thought this, Yin Zhaoge extended a finger, making some minor adjustments to the formation that Xiao AI had set up. The effects of the formation instantly became more evident. The silhouette in midair transformed into streaks of light once more, descending towards the top of the altar. Continued to be continued. Chapter 716. Within the sky, the figure of the dim, radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, vanished. However, that suffocating pressure still existed everywhere within the dim, radiant mausoleum, causing everyone to be unable to catch their breath. Only Yin Zhaoge and Xiao AI, who were the closest to the altar, were instead more relaxed. That formation had played a very important role. Analyzing the concept within, Yin Zhaoge could feel that the formation and the altar seemed to have merged as one, being completely indistinguishable from one another. This feeling was just like when they had first entered this barrier. Connecting this to what Xiao AI had said earlier about his mother having once helped to speed up the completion of the ritual, Yin Zhaoge understood that this formation must have been the handiwork of his mother, Xue Chuqing. With mother's cultivation base back then, wanting to activate the ritual left behind by the dim radiant emperor was not just a matter of how much knowledge she had and how high her attainments and formations were. A thought flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. She really had to be extremely familiar with the legacy of the dim radiant emperor or the dim radiant sect. It is to the extent that the relationship between her Grand Master and the dim radiant emperor cannot even be described as close friends. It was very likely that the seniors of his mother's lineage were clearly aware of this ritual that the dim radiant emperor In Tianxia had set up after his death. Perhaps it was In Tianxia himself who had intentionally revealed it, asking this friend of his to help watch over him, ensuring the completion of the ritual after his death. Xue Chuqing had only been able to enter the dim radiant mausoleum so easily thanks to the teachings of her lineage, even helping to speed up the process of the ritual here. His mother's understanding of the dim, radiant mausoleum even far surpassed that of the orthodox descendants of the dim radiant sect, like the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect. Perhaps it was specially arranged by In Tianxia. After all, most people are keeping a close eye on the remnants of the dim radiant sect, like the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect. If they make a move, it will be very easy for others to detect it, Yin Zhaoge thought. Therefore, they resorted to a covert method. If the world did not know of the relationship between In Tianxia and Grandmaster Xue Chuqing, at least not knowing that their relationship was so deep, it would be very difficult for them to think that the one who was truly guarding In Tianxia was not his disciple, but someone else. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Xiao AI sighed in admiration. Young master, your attainments and formations are so high. While you have yet to attain the martial saint realm when you set up the formation back then, I feel that your attainments and formations are even higher than Mrs. Yin Zhaoge said. That might not be the case. From the various details of the formation in front of him, he could tell that his mother's attainments and formations were extremely high. Not only was he knowledgeable and experienced, but he was also outstanding in terms of pure understanding of formations. Recalling how his father Yin Di had once mentioned that his mother, Xue Chuqing, possessed extraordinary attainments in the Tao of formations, Yin Zhaoge now deeply agreed with her after having personally experienced it for himself. Furthermore, Yin Zhaoge glanced at Xiao AI beside him, nodding approvingly. Xiao AI, your talent in the Tao of formations is indeed unparalleled. Xiao AI exclaimed, then cupped her face with both hands, unable to contain her joy. Young master praises this servant. This servant is so happy. Her body swayed a little. Miss, I'm so happy today. Looking at the girl who looked so blissful that she seemed about to faint, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched. If she were to intentionally exaggerate, wanting to bootlick, so be it, Yin Zhaoge would directly smack her on the head, silencing her. But the problem was that this girl seemed to be serious. This caused Yin Zhaoge to not know whether to laugh or to cry. Controlling the formation to envelop him and Xiao AI, Yin Zhaoge slowly walked towards the altar. As he advanced, numerous scenes seemed to appear before his eyes. The world of primordial darkness, the very first light being born. Then, as time passed, all things changed, the seas turning into mulberry fields as the myriad phenomena of time manifested. The process of ascending the altar was like walking along the long river of time. The only special thing was that light and darkness were unceasingly alternating, a formless path separating light and darkness into black and white as a boundary was formed. As Yin Zhaoge walked upwards step by step, this boundary gradually vanished. While radiance flickered above the altar, the higher Yin Zhaoge went, the darker it seemed before his eyes. He had actually felt this contradictory feeling earlier as well. When the figure of the dim, radiant emperor In Tianxia had appeared, that figure had seemed to be half enveloped in light and half in darkness. Yet, it had also seemed like his entire body had been enveloped by a layer of light that was neither bright nor dark. These two phenomena had simultaneously appeared on In Tianxia's body, giving off a contradictory and illogical feeling. Yet, they were both incomparably real as they coexisted harmoniously. This altar gave Yin Zhaoge the same feeling now. There was clearly radiance flickering above the altar as he moved upwards. Yet, when he truly ascended the altar, it seemed like he was getting closer to darkness the higher he went. When Yin Zhaoge finally arrived at the top of the altar, this feeling had reached its peak. Radiance illuminated the area before him, while he himself seemed to be in darkness. One could not help but suspect that one of these two phenomena was an illusion. The phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared within Yin Zhaoge's pupils. These two feelings are both real. This is the concept left behind by the dim radiant emperor. Able to surpass his predecessors and forge ahead, he is indeed no ordinary person. The phenomenon of chaos dissipated within Yin Zhaoge's eyes, yet a vast heaven and earth seemed to appear. The heavens and earth suddenly overturned. The peerless heavenly scripture transformed into the cyclic heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture that comprehended the Tao of two opposites. The extremity of darkness birthed light. The extremity of light birthed darkness. The primordial darkness nurtured all things, being born alongside light, as everything returned to the embrace of darkness in the end. Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. At this moment, he finally saw clearly what exactly existed amidst the radiance at the top of the altar. It was a massive metal wheel. There were 12 holes on the metal wheel, which slowly rotated alongside it. It was also precisely as the metal wheel rotated that the radiance above the altar was bright at times whilst dim at others, flickering unceasingly. A great amount of ancient, profound patterns were inscribed on the surface of the metal wheel, deep, profound principles circulating within. Gazing at the metal wheel, Yin Zhaoge gradually comprehended the dim radiant 12 arts. The supreme scripture of the dim radiant sect that year was known as the dim radiant scripture, being a classic martial art that had been passed down in pre-Great Calamity times. It had been kept within the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace as well. The Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect that had not been extinguished after the Great Calamity had benefited from the complete legacy of the dim radiant scripture. However, after Yin Tianxia had soared into the world, he had improved upon the martial arts of his predecessors, improving upon the foundation of the dim radiant scripture as he had created the dim radiant 12 arts. Even as he had helped himself advance towards the peak, he had also led the dim radiant sect to the peak of its history. The martial arts of the current radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect were actually mostly derived from the incomplete dim radiant 12 arts. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge could feel that the concept contained within this metal wheel was clearly superior to that of the dim radiant scripture. He reached out, touching that metal wheel. The metal wheel suddenly ceased rotating. With this, Xiao AI was also able to clearly see the appearance of the metal wheel. This was still the first time she had seen the true appearance of this treasure, as she could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Yin Zhaoge's body shook intensely. The face of the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, suddenly appeared before his eyes once more. The two seemed to be mere inches apart as they silently stared at each other. A few words appeared within Yin Zhaoge's mind for no reason at all. The dim radiant wheel. To be continued.